First qualifiers on the track. Number 1, Jackie Pang gets Corey McPherson. 2, we is Camco Lucas and Brody McPhee. You're My Moonlight 3, Keith Ford. 4 is Elegant Gal, Norris Rogers. Number 5, Down by the Seaside is out. The also eligible Segali moves into post 5 with Zach Noy. Steady Heart to 6 with Joe Burial. Prince Militia is 7, Jason Hughes. Big Pond Cash is the 8 with Mark Campbell. Jackie Pang, Camco Lucas, You're My Moonlight, Elegant Gal, Sigali, Steady Heart, Prince Malicious, Big Pong Cash, 8 of them. First of 4 qualifiers, top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing, leaping out. That is Sigali. Towards the rail is Camco Lucas, and in between them, the third one, You Are My Moonlight. Then fourth up the rail is Jackie Pang. Between horses racing from fifth is Steady Heart. 3 high and coming from sixth is Prince Malicious. Then seventh, Big Pond Cash, and then the trailer, Elegant Gal. On the backstretch, they go to the opening quarter, led by Camco Lucas and Brody McPhee. It may be short-lived. Here's the Blue Knight Hughes and Prince Malicious, and they are rolling right on to the front off an opening quarter of 30 seconds flat. Racing from second, that'll be Camco Lucas. Back into third, Sigali. Then fourth is Jackie Pang. Racing fifth is Steady Heart. Big Bond Cash is sixth. Seventh, that's Elegant Gal, and the trailer after a miscue in the backfield, that is You Are My Moonlight. So they're at the midway point in the first qualifier, now led by Prince Malicious. Second, Camco Lucas. Sigali races from third. Fourth up the rail, that's Jackie Pang. Then in fifth, it's Steady Heart. Big Pond Cash sixth. Elegant Gal goes seventh. And pulling up was You Are My Moonlight. 60 seconds flat was the opening half mile, consecutive 30-second quarters, and they'll chase Prince Malicious to 3/4 next. With the leader second is Camco Lucas, back into third, Sigali. To the outside fourth with Jackie Pang. Steady Heart continues fifth with Big Pond Cash, and now the trailer, Elegant Gal, the 3/4 up in 1:30. And 4, shade more than an 8 left to come, and Prince Malicious trying to see it through. Coming to the outside for the stretch drive is Camco Lucas. Sigali up the rail third. Fourth is Jackie Pang. Steady Heart coming late fifth. On the wire they come next. Prince Malicious, Camco Lucas in the final stride. Then Prince Malicious and fast charging Steady Heart up for third. 1:59 and 4. Results of the first qualifier, Jackie Pang fifth, Camco Lucas the winner. You Are My Moonlight did not finish. Elegant Gal was seventh. Down by the seaside was scratched. Steady Heart finished third. Prince Malicious was second. Big Pond Cash sixth. And Sigali finished fourth. Fractions of 30, 1 minute, 1:30 and 4, and the mile 1:59 and 4. In review, it's 5-1 DNF. 7 scratch 3, 2 6 4. Second qualifiers on the track. One Grandad Legend now gets Mark Bradley driving. Two Southern Heart with Corey McPherson. Moonlight, the 3, gets Kenny Arsenault. Four is Legendary Ron for qualifying driver Miles Heffernan Jr. 5 is Fill My Beer with Mark Campbell. H44 Dome, the 6, Jason Hughes. Plain Jane is 7 with Gilles Barriel. All About the Bet is 8, Brady Sweet. Grandad Legend, Southern Heart, Moonlight. Legendary Ron, Fill My Beer, Ace 44 Dome. Plain Jane, All About the Bets outside, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The Rough and Pacing and Fill My Beer will get the first call towards the rail. Grandad Legend coming from the outside, Ace 44 Dome. And farther out as they round the turn, that's Plain Jane. As they arrive at the 8th pole, they're 3 high. As they get set to turn to the opening quarter, and there's Plain Jane for Barrio to clear the lead. Second, that'll be Fill My Beer, settling up for third, Ace 44 Dome. Then it's Grandad Legend. He's the 4th one over to the quarter. Southern Heart races from 5th, Moonlight in 6th. Then 7th is Legendary Ron, followed by the trailer, who is All About the Bet. So they went 29-3 to open it up, and by 2.5, the leader at the 3/8 pole is Plain Jane. Tracking along, Fill My Beer is second, coming out of the turn for third. That is H44 Dome. 4th belongs to Grandad Legend, and in 5th, that is Southern Heart. Moonlight goes 6th, followed by the free-legged Legendary Ron 7th, and the trailer. All About the Bet is 8th. Straight alignment as they pass the opening half-mile. Plain Jane, the midway point leader in 1 minute and 3. Comfortable 31 seconds in the second quarter for a bit of a breather. We have 3/8 of a mile to go. Plain Jane up front leads. Fill My Beer. Ace 44 Dome continuing third. Grandad Legend 4th. Southern Heart 5th. Moonlight in 6th. Legendary Ron 7th. All about the bet is 8, still no movement, and we're less than a quarter of a mile out. And Plain Jane has a 2 length advantage in the late going on Fill My Beer. Ace 44 Dome third with Grandad Legend fourth. The 3/4 went 131 and 4. I was just 31 and 1 in the third quarter. And Plain Jane going to see it through. To the outside, Fill My Beer is coming late. Ace 44 Dome third. On the wire, Plain Jane for Burial. Fill My Beer second. Ace 44 Dome will finish third. Time for the mile in 1:59 and 4.
Testing 1 2, check 1 2.
Now the results of the second qualifier. Grandad Legend fourth, Southern Heart fifth. Moonlight was sixth. Legendary Ron seventh. Fill My Beer was second. Ace 44 Dome third. Plain Jane was the winner. And All About the Bet finished eighth. The fractions were up in 29 and 3, 1 minute 3, 131 and 4, and the mile 159 and 4. In review, it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 1, 8.
Testing 1 2, check 1 2. Getting ready for opening night here in Charlottetown at Red Shores, and it is Derby weekend. A couple of the qualifiers to come, and then we'll be going live on our Red Shores YouTube channel.
Third qualifier, they're on the track. Moonfall, the 1, Brody McPhee. 2 is Redland Extinguisher and Kenny Arsenault. 3, Rosie All Over for qualifying driver Zach Noy. 4, My Happy Place, Gilles Barriel. Love Matters Most of 5, Jacob Sweet. DJ Mustang 6, Mark Campbell. Dusty Lane Levi 7, Corey McPherson. 8 is Silken Sweet, Jason Hughes. Moonfall, Redland Extinguisher, Rosie All Over, My Happy Place, Love Matters Most, DJ Mustang, Dusty Lane Levi, Silk and Sweet. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. The rough and pacing in between horses Rosie All Over along the rail Moonfall, and joining them to their outside is My Happy Place for third. Fourth one as they round the turn, that's Redland Extinguisher. Moving up fifth from the outside will be DJ Mustang. Up to six is Dusty Lane Levi. Back to seventh when Love Matters Most. The trailer, that is Silk and Sweet. Along the backstretch they go, and here comes DJ Mustang for Mark Campbell to take over. Second is My Happy Place. All alone in third is Moonfall. Back into fourth, Rosie All Over. Racing from fifth now on the cones is Dusty Lane Levi. Sixth one as they round the turn, Redland Extinguisher. Love Matters Most seventh. Trailing in eighth, that is Silk and Sweet. They went 29 and 4 to the opening quarter mile. Off the turn they come, and they straighten through the stretch. The midway point comes next, and up front now on the lead, My Happy Place, and Barrio gets them halfway home. DJ Mustang second. Racing from third is Moonfall. Rosie All Over continues fourth. Dusty Lane Levi fifth. In sixth, Redland Extinguisher. On the move in the outside, seven, Dusty Lane Levi. Now trailing at the rail, Love Matters Most, 101 and a 1/5 a half. To the backstretch they go for time two. Three quarters comes next. My Happy Place will lead DJ Mustang. Up to take over third on the outside, Dusty Lane Levi. Riding the rail fourth, that is Moonfall. Racing alone fifth is Rosie All Over. Then sixth as they go by the three quarters. Along the rail, Redland Extinguisher. Then it's Silk and Sweet and Love Matters Most. 1:31 and 4 was the three-quarter time. Widening the lead here in the late going, that's My Happy Place. Turning for home, the leader. DJ Mustang second, Dusty Lane Levi third. On the wire they come next. And it's My Happy Place for Gil Barrio. DJ Mustang second, Dusty Lane Levi third. Time for the mile, they went 1:59 and 4. Here's the results of the third qualifier. Moonfall fourth. Redland Extinguisher was sixth. Rosie All Over fifth. My Happy Place, the race winner. Love Matters Most was seventh. DJ Mustang finished second. Dusty Lane Levi third. And Silk and Sweet finished eighth. Fractions went 29 and 4, 101 and 1, 131 and 4. And the mile in 1:59 and 4. In review, it's 4:65, 1:72.38. They're on the track for the fourth and final. There's a look at the two Abiding Art for Kenny Arsenal. There's the one, Skip Across and Mark Bradley. Salzburg Pica is the 3, Brody McPhee. Redland Sampson 4 for Kenny Murphy. Harlequin Romance 5, Corey McPherson. Laugh Again Hanover 6, Jason Hughes. First Glance is 7, Mark Campbell. All About the Cash 8, Brady Sweet. Skip Across, Abiding Art, Salzburg Pickup. Redland Sampson Harlequin Romance, Laugh Again Hanover. First Glance, All About the Cash outside. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Redland Sampson moves out from the center. Between horses comes Salzburg Pickup. Down at the rail they Skip Across, the third one. As they round the turn, Laugh Again Hanover comes fourth. At the rail, Abiding Arts in fifth. Harlequin Romance has 6. Then it's All About the Cash, and First Glance on the outside trails to the backstretch for the first time in the opening quarter. It's up next. Up front on the lead, Redland Sampson for Kenny Murphy. Second, that is Salzburg Pickett. Then third up the rail to Skip Across. Starting to march on the outside fourth, that is First Glance picking them off. Then fifth is Laugh Again Hanover, Abiding Art in sixth. Harlequin Romance 7th, and the trailer 8th. All About the Cash, 29-3 the first quarter, and First Glance has made his way to the front for Campbell. Redland Sampson now second, then in third, Salzburg Pickup. Fourth, moving up into that position was Laugh Again Hanover. Check fourth at the rail. Let's skip across. Lop again. Hanover, he goes fifth with Abiding Art, followed by Harligan Romance and All About the Cash. They were at the midway point in 59 and 4 as they round the turn, approaching on the 5/8, a 2-length leader. That is First Glance. Redland Sampson is second. Salisbury Pickett third. Skip across fourth. Moving fifth on the outside, Abiding Art. Lap again, Hanover sixth. On the outside, seventh, Harlequin Romance. Trailing in eighth, All About the Cash. They're over to 3/4. First Glance on the lead. Continuing second is Redland Sampson. Abiding Art picks up third now on the outside. 3/4 in 1:30. And one with just an eighth of a mile left to go. Lap fixed again on the inside. Turning for home, that is First Glance. Abiding Art is coming late on the outside second. Redland Sampson way wide is Harlequin Romance late as they come to the wire. First Glance hangs on. Harlequin Romance way wide second. Redland Sampson third. Time for the mile in 1:59 and 1. Now the results of the fourth qualifier. Skip Across was eighth. Abiding Art fourth. Salisbury Pickup finished sixth. Redland Sampson third. Harlequin Romance was second. Lap again, Hanover finished fifth. First Glance was the winner, and All About the Cash seventh. 29 and 3, 59 and 4, 130 and 1, and the mile 159 and 1. In review, it's 846, 325, 17.
So it's race day live here tonight at Red Shores in Charlottetown, the start of the spring meet, and we're getting underway here. Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee at the broadcast desk, at the HBI broadcast desk, where we do have a special promotion underway there. We'll have more on that in just a few minutes. But Peter, good looking card here tonight. The weather's in our favor as well, and the feature comes up on race 11.
Yeah, it's that time of year, isn't it, Lee? We've had some qualifiers at both tracks. Breakfast with the Babies here in Charlottetown. We'll do that tomorrow in Summerside as well. And talking to a lot of people throughout the week. Very excited to get racing back. So first race post time is 6 o'clock tonight. Like you mentioned, race number 11 is the feature, and it's all part of a 12-dash card here in Charlottetown.
time.
Keep straight now. Shut the camera off.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Well, welcome to the opening of the spring meet here in Charlottetown. There's a look at that historic center field tonight. And welcome to Race Day. It is Race Day Live here with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee. And we're at the HBI broadcast desk. We kick things off on this Saturday. And Peter, we get the weather with us today. It's sunny. It hit 20 and even over 20 in some locations across Prince Edward Island. And we're in for a great night tonight. Tracks fast. We'll have all those conditions in just a few minutes, but an action-packed 12-dash program here tonight and a great-looking feature.
Yeah, it feels good to kick it off here in Charlottetown, Lee. We've had some qualifiers at both tracks. Breakfast with the Babies here in Charlottetown. We'll do that tomorrow in Summerside as well. But this is the first live event of the spring meet, and it's a dandy. 12 dashes on tap here tonight. Race number 11, it'll be the feature. 1-800 on the rail, Bacon on a Biscuit. Blood Money, Jules, Dragon, Tradition, and Tony Too Tall sets up to be a dandy in race number 11. Like I said, it's part of a 12-pack here in Charlottetown.
All right, we kick off with a brand new TV graphics package and a whole bunch of promotions as well, including the one on HBI today. You spend $25 or more on the live product tonight across the nation, and you have a chance to get that 5% cash back in your account. That and a new late pick 4 with a guarantee of a $1,000 pool. So that's coming up, and the All Pick 5 gets it all rolling. And before we do any of the action on the track tonight, let's send it upstairs to the gentleman who will be calling all the action this season. He calls it all live from the booth tonight. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Lee and Peter. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's opening night of the 2025 spring meet here in Charlottetown. Here's the good news. Fast track conditions, 18 degrees Celsius the temperature. At this time in Charlottetown, the track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 2. In the second race, number 6, Rosie's Mighty Mo. The driver tonight is Gilles Barriol. Gilles Barriol driving 6, Rosie's Mighty Mo in the second. Turning over to race number 3. In the third race, number 4, Freight Air. Removing the line pole outside, the burr head pole inside, and the mini bit. The next change will go to race number 11, tonight's featured. In the 11th, number 6, Tony Too Tall. The driver of record is Miles Heffernan Sr. Miles Heffernan Sr. driving number 6, Tony Too Tall, in the 11th. And the final change on the card, you'll go to race number 12. In the 12th race, number 2, Sunseeker, will be driven tonight by Gilles Barriol. Gilles Barriol gets the call, and 2, Sunseeker in the 12th. That'll wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. First race goes postward at 6 o'clock. That leaves you 26 minutes to make your race 1 decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Yeah, Race Day Live continues, and 18 beautiful degrees here in Charlottetown as we kick off the spring meet in Charlottetown. And the wind not much of a factor tonight. It's from the south. It's a beautiful evening. A lot of folks out in the tarmac as well. And a packed house in here tonight, Peter, with the wind only at 9 kilometers an hour. So we should see some great miles here tonight, and we're looking forward to it with the 12 dashes on the program tonight. Now, we're going to kick things off. As you know, we had several announcements in the off-season. And the big invitational is the Cecil Ladin Memorial, and it comes up in June 7th. And so we thought tonight, with the first one on the dance card, let's take you back to a wet, rainy night last year in the Ladin Memorial.
Yeah, it was 2024. We'll pick it up at the half here, and here it is right now.
Number 8, and on the outside 9th, that is Fernhill General. Halfway home in the Ladner, and Rollum got him there. 59 and 1. Just 30 and 3 in the second split in the outgoing. Arriving at 5-8, Rollum the leader. Second is Island Beach Boy. Twin B Toughen Up will make his move right now to the outside third. Roll with Hottie Toddy is picked up fourth. Blood Money's in fifth. All bets on Texas 6. They go by 3/4. Rollum got him there in 1:29 flat. Twin B Toughen Up now, coming on the outside second. Third up the rail, Island Beach Boy. Roll with Hottie Toddy fourth. Homeward bound in the Ladner. Rollum looking to see it through. Twin B Toughen Up on the outside. Island Beach Boy along the rail. Rollum and Campbell takes the Ladner. Second, that'll go to Twin B Toughen Up, and Roll with Hottie Toddy rallied up third in 1:57 flat.
So we're really looking forward to the Ladner again this year. And, you know, Peter, that was a great mile over a track that was rated off 1:57 flat. And you have to already take a look at what's going to happen this year. And those two horses, they'll be matching up quite a few times this season, I expect.
Yeah, Atlantic Invitational Series. It'll kick off with the Ladner here on June the 7th. Then it goes across the Maritimes. And one other note, Rollum is on the cover this year in Charlottetown, our brand new cover. So if you're looking for that, the horse, there is information on the inside of the cover, but it is Rollum and Mark Campbell for 2025.
Yeah, that's the spotlight we have on our brand new programs that hit the street today or earlier this week. Now we want to roll into another major announcement that took place in the off-season as well, and something that we're very proud of here in Prince Edward Island. It was one of 3 nominees on Prince Edward Island for the Canadian Harness Racing Hall of Fame. And our friend Kent Oakes has made it to that final ballot there, Peter, and is going to be recognized in early August.
Yeah, he will. And again, there's a great shot of Kent, who passed away last year, sadly. We certainly do miss him, and but it was fitting news. On April the 23rd, the inductees were announced for the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame, and Kent was in the Builders category. So again, we all know Kent deserves that. And the ceremony will be August the 6th in Mississauga.
Mm-hmm. There's a great shot there. This was during the Breeders' Crown Weekend of Champions with the Joe Smallwood.
Yeah, and this is Kent's family accepting the award last October here at Redshores in Charlottetown. That's Nick Oakes, Kent's son, on the far left, and Kent's grandson Noah, former Premier of PEI Dennis King. And then on the far right, that's Jeremy Oakes, Kent's son as well, with Jeremy's kids and Kent's grandchildren. That's the granddaughter Charlie and grandson Leo.
Yeah, some great photos there. And, you know, family was all, that was Kent's focus, was family. And there's a great shot of Kent and his son Nick there with I Gotta Go.
Yeah, that's a great photo. Kent loved that horse. Kent and his brother Wayne bred I Gotta Go, and they went to see him a couple of years ago in New Brunswick. Kent was so happy to get to see him, and the horse had won the Governor's Plate in 2004. Kent and his brother Wayne bred the horse, and that's a great shot the day they went to New Brunswick of Nick and Kent with I Gotta Go.
So Kent Oakes with the Builder category going to be in the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame in early August. Well, there's something new this year. It's the Atlantic Post Calls Paddock Cam. Makes its
Wow.
debut tonight.
Looks sharp.
Does so. And new camera there, and we get a look at the horses and the drivers and their grooms and trainers getting ready to come out on the track here. We're 9 minutes away from race number 1. Atlantic Post Calls, though, really has so many great features, Peter, over the years. And, you know, you can get your very own copy of it here in the main lobby of Red Shores and other different locations as well. But Freddie and Gail McDonald do a great job with that piece. And so many contributing writers to that program.
Yeah, we know a lot of them. Of course, our very own Kurt Hughes and Rocky Skierman, Dr. Don Ling, and a lot of other great writers as well. We read it every time it comes out, and certainly can pick up a copy here at Red Shores. And excitedly to be working with them again this year. That's a really nice looking sting. And then when we go to our new graphics package, here you can see along the top, it has the logo of the Atlantic Post Calls with the paddock cam. So a nice touch for 2025.
So we'll take a little break and we'll wait for the horses to come out of the paddock and we'll greet them in the post parade, which is also brand new. It's going to be the O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen. Wait for it.
First race fixers and their drivers have entered the track on parade. Carnival Hardware's number 1, owned by Shayna Toll and Ryan DeRaj of Clyde River. Shayna does the training and Ryan will drive. Big Bad Bruiser number 2, Todd Walsh, drives tonight for owner-trainer Neil Bambrick, Charlottetown. 3, Check Your Source, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel, and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy, driven by Adam Murner. Buddies and Virgins 4, owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl trains, Ryan will drive. 5, Western Delight, owned by Luke Burke of Donaldston and Colin Murphy of Albany. Luke is the trainer, Kenny Murphy drives. 6 is West Coast Kid, owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, and Colin Prophet. Trained by Philip Kelly, Mark Bradley's aboard. 7 is Lorne Valley Barb, owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. 8 is Leaving Bruises, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Mullino of Stratford. Basil Hunter does the training, Jason Hughes. 9, Popularity scores from the back tier, owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford. Lenny Myers, the trainer. Mark Campbell's in the sulky. There's 4 minutes to post time. Welcome to Race Day Live and the first program of the spring meet. Lee Drake and Peter McPhee are next from the HBI broadcast desk.
Well, thanks very much, Vance. And yes, we are ready to roll here. The wagering menu is coming up first, and these new screen slates and our new TV graphics package, Peter, looking very sharp.
Excitingly, very clean and very sharp for 2025.
We have a lot of Sean Pensineau and Curtis McDonald. Thank you for all your work, Curtis. I know it was up against some tight deadlines here, but we got it done, and we were able to see it in live theater. It looks great. So the race 1 is the $2,000 guaranteed I'll pick 5, which we're working on now. And you have your super high 5 on race 5. Your last 4 races, that is the late pick 4, and we have a $1,000 guarantee this year. And of course, then the last race of the program is your late super high 5, that low 15% takeout. So we're going to head out to the track here. 4 minutes to go for race number 1 in Charlottetown. All right, so here we go here out on the track, and we're going to pick up the rail sitter here, and full field of 9, so we have a trailer in here. This is Carnival Heart. We'll leave off the rail today for Shayna Toll and Ryan DeRoche. Ryan will do the driving. He's also coming into the action here after a great start last season, and she closed out the winter meet with a victory and looked sharp in that qualifier just last week. So the rail will add to her appeal today, Pete.
I think so too, Lee. That's the line we got to look at. The one on January 25th there, closing out the winter meet, the 401 level off the rail. Ryan put this horse right on the engine, and they did go right down the road. Actually, there was some daylight late, 1 by 3 1/4 lengths in 59, and one closed it out in 29 and 2. So a real nice effort there. Like you mentioned, had the qualifier on the 26th, left 5, finished 5th, 59 and 4, but did scoot home in 28 and 2. So this horse has a big shot on the rail. Bettors were on this horse early, and the current choice is Carnival Heart and Ryan DeRoche at 2-1.
Well, we talked about the field in here at 9 to start it off here tonight. And this is Popularity. He's got a chance to follow out any horse that he wants. May want to follow the 1 though, because it could be leaving the wings here tonight. Mark Campbell is going to do the driving for Matthew, and Liam Myers of Stratford. Lenny Myers is the trainer and comes in here. He can leave from the back tier, but should be well positioned if the lead's out of there tonight, especially if he follows that 1.
I'm thinking that's the game plan here tonight, Lee, as Mark is going to follow the 1, because I think Ryan's going to want to cut it with Carnival Heart. So Mark says, Popularity from the back tier, I think I'll follow it, and he may get a pocket ride here tonight. Mark gets along very well with Popularity. You can see 4 wins from 24 starts last year. 58 and 3 was the record. The line there on the 25th, the last start at the winter meet here, raced very well, fronted it most of the way, second to Azure Beach. 2 minutes and a fifth, 29 and 1, and then came back to qualify here in the spring. Pointed right down the road by Lenny Myers, 2-2 and 1, 30 and 1 on the end of it. So Lenny hands the reins to Mark here tonight. Horse has a shot, 3-1.
All right, so getting ready to go here as you hear the most famous sound in horse racing. And we just picked up the 5 here. This is Western Delight. Kenny Murphy doing the driving tonight for trainer Luke Burke, and co-owns with Colin Murphy here, and coming into the action in the middle of the pack here. Good odds at 9-1, Peter, and turned 13 in January, making him the veteran of the field, but racing well at the end of the winter meet too.
I think that's what I had my eye on, Lee, is this guy was sharp towards the end of the meet last winter here. Those 2 starts were good. Was second by a neck in 59 and 4 on January 18th, then came back the following week. Left 3, raced really well, stormed home 28 and 4 to win it on that day, 59 and 4, and then out to qualify here on the 29th in Charlottetown. It's finished 6, 2-1, 29 and 2 for Miles Heffernan. So Kenny Murphy jumps back up. Kenny's the regular driver on Western Delight. So I thought it might get a price here, Lee, and I just like this horse maybe to round it out here. Kenny gets along well with him. The price is right, 10-1.
Yeah, a couple other selections in there too. As the board, as you can take a look, some pretty decent betting board here. We got 9-3-1 with the classifier selections, and Kurt Hughes, who's the host of Post Time Picks here tonight, working on a 1-9-3 angle. So, what is your angle?
You know he'll be texting us, Lee, if he hits a couple early.
I know. Throw it up. We like to stay in contact with the rest of the broadcast team. So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field for the opener of the spring meet. And let's send it upstairs. For the race call, here's Vance Cameron.
It all began in 1888, and now the Charlottetown Driving Park has become the most storied half-mile racetrack in Canadian harness racing history. This is 2025. This is Post Time. Up and pacing to a beauty, beginning to open it up, and along the rail to lead them out, Carnival Heart. Second one as they round the turn is Check Your Source to get away. Third, Popularity. Coming up fourth from the outside, that is Leaving Bruises. Along the rail, fifth is Big Bad Bruiser. Then sixth one as they race the back stretch, that is Buddies and Virgins. Then racing seventh, Western Delight. Eighth along the rail, West Coast Kid. Trailing ninth, Lorne Valley Bar. We got a new leader as they arrive at the quarter. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, struts the front. Aboard, Leaving Bruises. Now coming on the outside, Carnival Heart, 28-4. Opened it up. Here comes another new leader. This time, Carnival Heart for Ryan DeRoche clear the lead. Second is Leaving Bruises, racing from third. In at the rail, Check Your Source, racing a fourth. Along the inside, Popularity. There goes Big Bad Bruiser, sent to the outside, fifth. Picking up the second over toe, sixth. Buddies and Virgins. Western Delight at the rail, seventh. Up eighth on the outside, Lorne Valley Barb. And now trailing ninth, West Coast Kid. They went 59 seconds flat over to the opening half mile. They're rounding the paddock turn, arriving at 5-8. Carnival Heart getting them there as the post-time favorite. Racing second, Leaving Bruises. Big Bad Bruiser came first up on the outside third. Fourth at the rail and nowhere to go right now. Check Your Source. Coming three wide in fifth. Lorne Valley Barb out of the backfield. Buddies and Virgins, then Popularity, West Coast Kid, and a Western Delight. 29-4. They arrived at three quarters. They're an eighth of a mile left to go. Carnival Heart turning for home. Second is Leaving Bruises. On the inside is Check Your Source. Big Bad Bruiser fourth. Deep in the stretch to open up the meet. Carnival Heart for Ryan DeRoche. Leaving Bruises second. Check Your Source third. Time for the mile in 1:58.3.
All right, we're going to have a look at the Universal Media Slow-Mo for you here tonight in the opener, Peter, and lots of leadership changes in here tonight. And we like the one off the rail. And once DeRoche put Carnival Heart back in command of this field, they weren't catching her tonight.
Yeah, we thought Carnival Heart would leave. I think the surprise of the race, Lee, was Leaving Bruises and Hughes. They were storming early and wanted front. Paid a little bit of a price, 28-4. They get over there briefly, but out and around is Carnival Heart bossing it the rest of the way through 59 for Ryan DeRoche. 129-4. Jason takes a shot late, but no way. Carnival Heart on the point to kick off the spring meet. 158-3 in the opener.
Carnival Hearts arriving at the first race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare, 7-year-old daughter of Big Jim, is off the Yankee Cruiser Dam. Yankee Licious on by Shana Toll and Ryan Naraj of Clyde River. Bred by Dr. Terry Fried of Bright, Ontario. Trained by Shana Toll. Ryan Naraj in the driver's seat. The mile in 1:58 and 3. Carnival Heart in the season opener at Charlottetown.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results from tonight's first race. Carnival Heart,
This
the
race
race
replay
winner.
is brought to you by
Big Bad
Symes Horse
Bruiser,
Transport.
fifth.
Based in
Check Your Source, 3rd. Buddies and Virgin, 7th. Western Delight, 4th. West Coast Kid was 8th. Lorne Valley Barb finished 6th. Leavin' Bruises was 2nd. Poplar Artie finished 9th. They went 28 and 4, 59, 129 and 4. Time for the mile in 1:58 and 3. In review, 153, 748, 629. Carnival Heart paid $410 to win. The Exactor $46.40. The Triactor at $495.80. Superfecta carryover. Second race, 8 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 4th race tonight, we have a late scratch. In the 4th race, scratch number 5, Listen Linda Lou. She will not go. Refunds available for advance wagering. In the 4th race, scratch number 5, Listen Linda Lou. Second race on parade, James Rains, number 1, owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Sweet of Valeri. Here on Earth, number 2, owned by Jared Perot of Stratford, Corey Livingston of Village Green, Adam Murner trains and drives. Louis the Great wears 3, owned by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie Wade from Charlottetown. Leslie is the trainer, Corey McPherson up. Love That Miramont is 4, owned and trained by Ralph Sweet of Valeri, Kenny Murphy drives. Five is Windermere Joel, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, Clive Balderson, and Mike Curry, trained by Earl Watts, Harold Shepard. Rosie's Mighty Mo, 6, owned by Paul Hagan and Melvin Gamester of Hunter River. Melvin is the trainer. Note the driver change to Gilles Barrio. Gilles Barrio now driving the 6, Rosie's Mighty Mo. There's 5 minutes to post time. Lee and Peter have new information on the 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery.
Yeah, here we go, and really the countdown starts today, doesn't it, to the Gold Cup and Saucer, and of course the Governor's Plate in Summerside. We'll get to that in just a few minutes, but the big move today, this year will be the trials, Peter, coming up on Saturday, August the 9th. All trials will be held on that day, and that's a change. That's a major change, and we're going to try it this year, but you know what? The ownership package is getting ready to go, and the countdown's on.
Yeah, it sure is. And the previous years, it was Saturday, Monday were the trials, so it's all moved to the 9th, 4 p.m. post time on that day. And then the following Saturday will be Gold Cup and Saucer 66 presented by Atlantic Lottery. It'll go for $100,000, the final, and we're looking forward to that. That's Covered Bridge in the spotlight, Lee. He won last year. He won the year before. Wouldn't it be great to see him try for 3 in a row?
It certainly would. And the other thing that's been added this year is the participation fee. So if you finish 6th, 7th, 8th, or if we're lucky enough to have 9 again, everyone will get a $1,000 participation fee. So the Atlantic Lottery Gold Cup and Saucer, it is countdown underway now. So we roll into race number 2 tonight. An HBI promotion is underway with 5% cash back for players who spend $25 or more on the opening card of the season on this, of course, Derby day as well. This is Louis the Great, Corey McPherson doing the driving for trainer Leslie Waite here, and co-owns of Leith Wade out of Summerside coming into action here tonight. Newcomer to Charlottetown, Peter. Last raced at London Western Fair back in October, and a good chance to kick off the spring meet with the W.
Yeah, he's a newcomer, and Leith and Leslie Waite, they always have some nice horses. Corey does the driving mainly for the Waites, and this guy, like you mentioned, he's a 3-year-old by Dancing Lou. 9 starts last year, 2 wins, the quickest at Woodbine in 55 and 2. And if you go down the lines, like you mentioned, he's been racing in the Ontario circuit. He was at Western Fair in London, Flamborough, and Woodbine as well. At Woodbine there last year, August the 27th, in that race there, off the rail, he was a winner for Tyler Borth in 55 and 2 and closed out 27 and 2. He went to Flamborough, which is the half-mile track there, and you can see he raced for Colin Kelly. He was 4th back there last September there in 57 and 1, 28 and 4. So he's familiar with the half-mile track as he makes the move to Prince Edward Island. I think he's got a big shot here today. Louis the Great and Corey at 5 to 2.
Okay, so we have a power pack field here of 6 in race number 2. Exacta, 20-cent Superfecta tractor wagering. You can always tag your ticket on track with the wild horses. Yes, they're back for the season. And that jackpot of $25. Here's a look at the 2. This is Here on Earth. Anna Murner driving and training here for Jared Perot and Corey Livingston coming into action here tonight. 3-year-old Bet the Moon Colt, who did very well in the stakes program last season, Pete.
Yeah, and again, you slide down the line, said this horse can really zip off the wings, and I think Adam's going to be pointing early here tonight based on the lines from last year. Inverness, go back to last September there in the Atlantic Sire Stake A, off the rail, pointed right down the road at Inverness and won easily by 4 and change in 59, 29 and 4 to close it out over there. Then Summerside, same tactics last year in Summerside on September the 22nd, went to the front, finished third to Rosetown Eclipse, 59 and 30 and 4. And then the Maritime Breeders here in October, off the rail, third there to One Can Dan, 58 and 4, 29 and 2. So this guy likes to be up into the action. I think Adam is going to put him there tonight. He's got a big shot here. And yeah, the bettors are on board. Heavy choice now, 1 to 2.
Okay, so we're working out the new graphics here. A few little kinks in there. You'll see that the some of the digits that are rolling in here. So we'll work along with it here tonight, but pretty sharp looking. There's a look at the 4. This is Love That Miramont, and Ralph Sweet of O'Leary is the owner and handles the conditioning duties. And Kenny Murphy, who's had another great year in 2024. He's back at it again this year, and Lee's from post 4 in here, 13 to 1 if you're looking for some value.
Yeah, I think so, Lee. That's kind of the angle I'm playing here. This guy, he draws usually 5 or 6, so he scoots into post 4 here tonight. If you look at his last quarters, they're pretty good, 29 and 2, 29 and 4, 30 seconds flat. So I'm thinking if Kenny has him close at the top of the lane at 13 to 1, maybe he can rally in and hit the ticket here. He did have 3 third-place finishes last time out, so we're going to put him in here at a good price, 13 to 1.
So Kurt Hughes with post time picks. He's working on a 2-3-5 angle. You can find that in your race program. Didn't get to the paddock cam that time with the Atlantic post calls, but we will as we work things through here. Classifier's choice 2-3-4, and Peter working 3-2-4. So that's what it looks like in this.
And how about that new wrap on the gate, Lee? Looks amazing.
I was going to mention both gates have been wrapped, and of course this is the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and yeah, they look sharp.
Very, very nice. Summerside saw that one in the qualifiers as well, and yeah, the nice red, white, and then we've got the Metro logo on the door. Really looks sharp.
Our world headquarters, Redshores.ca, in-house channel 2, 98.5 FM. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field for race 2. Back upstairs to the call with Vance Cameron.
Rail out. James Rains here on Earth. Louis the Great. Love That Miramont. Windermere Joel. Rosie's Mighty Mo. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, James Rains at the rail, leaving out alongside Here on Earth. Third one to the turn, Louis the Great to get away fourth. That's Love That Miramont. On the inside, Windermere Joel has fifth, followed by the trailer, who is Rosie's Mighty Mo. By the 8th pole, they go to the backstretch and a race to the opening quarter, led by Here on Earth for Adam Murner. Racing from second is James Rains. Third on the cones is Louis the Great, racing with the leaders fourth. Love That Miramont. Back into fifth is Windermere Joel, trailing sixth. Rosie's Mighty Mo on by the opening quarter, led by the post-time favorite Here on Earth in 30 and 2. Two-hole ride belongs to the long shot. James Rains around the turn third. That's Louis the Great. Fourth is Love That Miramont. And in fifth is Windermere Joel. Rosie's Mighty Mo continuing to trail. No movement. Straight alignment at the midway point. Led by Here on Earth. James Rains goes second. Louis the Great, the newcomer, is third. Then in fourth, Love That Miramont. That gap to fifth has Windermere Joel there. And trailing sixth, Rosie's Mighty Mo. 101 and a 1/5. Unstressful here for the favorite. Here on Earth, and he starts to drive away. He's almost by 5 now. Second, James Rains. He's all out in the 2-hole. Louis the Great goes third, all alone in fourth. Love That Miramont. Windermere Joel fifth. On the outside sixth, that is Rosie's Mighty Mo. They go by 3/4. The tempo picked up, and it's all Here on Earth. He was the 3/4 pole leader. Wow. 1:29 and 3. That was 28 and 2. In the third panel, homeward bound they come. him. Here on Earth, the leader. Louis the Great picks up second. James Rains along the rail third. On the wire next. Here on Earth and Myrna go all the way. Louis the Great was closing in late for second. Third will go to James Rains. 1:58.2.
Okay, a look at the stretch drive for you, Universal Media slow-mo for you tonight. And Peter, Here on Earth came off that qualifier, looked great. Paced his mile 2 minutes and 28.3 in the final closer there, but really looked sharp here tonight.
Yeah, based on the lines last year, we thought he'd be on the front end, and that's where Adam certainly put him here tonight. As they went over there in 30-2 at that point, 101 separation up the backside. Looked like he was going to win for fun, but Corey came with Louis the Great late. Adam, little peek over the shoulder. He's comfortable here at the wire, but the 3 is closing in late, but the 2 had the jump through 129.3, and they're home in a winner, 158.2. Here on Earth and Myrna in the winner's circle next.
Here on Earth, arriving at the second race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Colt, he's the 3-year-old son of Bet the Moon from the Well-Said Dam, Well Shaded, owned by Jared Perot of Stratford and Corey Livingston of Village Green, bred by Clark Bustard from Elmwood, New Brunswick. Adam Murner trains and drives. Adam put him on top at every call, guiding him to a new race win record. The mile in 1:58.2. Here on Earth delivers in the second.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 Stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results from the second race, James Rains third. Here on Earth, the race winner. Louis the Great finished second. Love That Miramon fifth. Windermere Joel sixth. Rosie's Mighty Mo was fourth. The fractions went 30 and 2, 101 and 1, 129 and 3, and the mile in 158 and 2. In review, it's 312, 564. Here on Earth paid 320 to win. The Exactor 440, Triactor 1210, Superfecta 505, and that early daily double 760.
And just a reminder that we do have a scratch, a late scratch of race number 4. That's the 5-horse, Listen Linda Lou. And so if you head that horse in the I'll Pick 5, you will automatically get the post-time favorite on your ticket. So 5 is out in race 4, but if you head the 5 and all part of your I'll Pick 5, you will automatically get the post-time favorite in that race. All right, there's a look at the Atlantic Pulse Calls paddock cam. Peter McPhee, 162 angle. Post time picks with Kurt Hughes, 1, 2, 3. And classifier's choice along the bottom, 1, 2, and 4. We'll greet the horses next.
Shane's Dream on the third race post parade, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman and Shane Essen. Adam Murder is the trainer driver. Hamac Exclusive 2, owned by Leith Waite, Leslie Waite, and Jimmy Gorman. Leslie Waite trains, Corey McPherson driving. Max Patrick, number 3, owned and trained by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown, Miles Heffernan. Freight Air, number 4, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Neil Bambrick, driven by Brody McPhee. Owned by Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Stephen Quinn, Jason Hughes driving. 5, Roll Your Coin. 6 is Majestic Mason, owned by Stephen Downey of Quispam, New Brunswick, trained by Ricky Armstrong. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 minutes to post time. Lee and Peter are next with details on Governor's Plate 57, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
All right, well, we have the Governor's Plate coming up, and we also have this great event, Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. That's coming up on Saturday, August 2nd in this year. And Peter, we launched it last year, and it was a great event. It actually takes over the entire card with more purse money throughout the entire card as well. So that's coming back this year on Saturday, August the second.
Yeah, we're excited about it. The McDonald family presented it last year. It went very well. We had 2 races on the night, and as you mentioned, the purse money was spread out throughout the program. This year, it's back for the second edition of the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. It'll happen right here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. You see the date there, Saturday, August 2nd.
And there's a look at the Governor's Plate, as Vance mentioned. It's coming up, the eliminations, July 13th, and all part of Governor's Plate week, July right through to the 19th for the big 57th running of the Governor's Plate. And it's presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. That new post time remains, Peter, at 4 o'clock. It went over well last year.
Went over very well, and the purse, Lee, is $50,000 this year for the Governor's Plate, so that's bumped up as well. Great photo last year. That's the winner, Twin B Tough Enough. Great crowd there last July, and we're looking forward to it again as we get rolling here on the big races. We mentioned the ladder. This is a big one in Summerside, and it comes up on July the 19th.
Well, speaking of Summerside, we have the breakfast with the babies tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And for those of you who booked breakfast at West End Bar and Grill, and I know, Peter, you're going to be on site there with Rocky Skierman tomorrow.
I was talking to Rocky today. He's going to be on his game, Lee, so I think we're going to be ready to roll tomorrow morning.
Yeah, 5 sets, training sets. We look forward to seeing the youngsters in action tomorrow. That includes you guys. All right, so let's have a look at the rail setter here. This is Shane's dream. Adam Erner already went on the program here tonight. He's also the conditioner of this Source of Pride, and Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, Shane Hansen. So they're in action here, rocking in that qualifier, 57 flat. He's the one to watch out here.
I think so, Lee. And again, it could be similar tactics for Adam. Last race, he went right down the road. I think Shane's dream is going to be uphanded the action. He may even want to control it all the way here based off the qualifier there last time out, April 26th, left 4. And yeah, he looked good as he separated down the lane, won by 7 and change, 57-28. Pretty snappy on the end of it there for late April. If we go back to last year, 3 wins from 22 starts, 56-1 the record here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. And that came as part of the PEI Colt Stakes weekend back on the 14th of September 2024, where he again went right down the road here, 56-1, 29-4. I'm thinking it might be similar tactics. Adam looking for an early driving double, 4-5.
Okay, so a minute to go here in the third race. Exacta 20-cent superfecta triactor wagering. Tag your ticket with the wild horses. Majestic Mason here leaves from post 6 for Kenny Murphy and trainer Richard Armstrong. We had a great chat to Rick in the Summerside banquet.
Yes.
Prince County Horsemen's Club did a great job on that banquet there just a couple of weeks ago. Does the training for Stephen Downey here out of New Brunswick and comes into the action here tonight. A strong 3-year-old campaign. Peter makes first start back since October, coming off that qualifier in Summerside last Monday.
Yeah, again, Kenny gets along very well with him, and I know he's in a tough spot here today on the outside, but I did like how he finished up last fall there. Summerside, the non-winners at 15-51. That's a good group in Summerside. He left a 4, and that day was 4th, 56-4, but 28. He really stormed home on that day, raced very well, and then he came back on the 26th as well as part of the Maritime Breeders. They're 5th on the edges, 56-2, but 29-1 to Jackie's boy. So he was in tough on that day and raced pretty good, and he was pretty good in the qualifier as well in Summerside on the 28th. They're 4th in 2-3 and 2. So again, I'm playing a little bit of a long shot here, but I like the way this guy storms. I know he's going to probably have to be patient, but we're going to put him in here at 6-1. Getting close here in race number 3. This is the 2 Hamac exclusive for Leith Waite and Leslie Waite and Jimmy Gorman. They all share the ownership. Leslie Waite trains and Corey McPherson does the driving. A winner in the qualifier in Summerside, 2-2-1, 28-3 on the end of it. He did have 3 wins last year from 22 starts, 57-2. I think he's going to get a nice trip here, maybe even tucked in behind Shane's dream here. Hamac exclusive, 2-1. Okay, getting set for race number 3 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, Vance. We couldn't ask for better weather. Up to you for the third.
Oh, what a great opening night we have from the weatherman, Pete, to say the least. They're lining up here in the third with Shane's Dream, How Mac exclusive. Max Patrick, Freight Air, Roll Your Coin, and Majestic Mason are at the top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Howmack exclusive, the first call, leaving at the rail, Shane's Dream, third one to the turn. That is Max Patrick. Fourth on the outside is Freight Air to get away. Fifth, Roll Your Coin, then the trailer. That'll be Majestic Mason. They're in programmed order as they turn to the backstretch and go to the opening quarter. Up front, the post-time favorite on the lead, Shane's Dream and Adam Murder. Second is Howmack exclusive, then third, another newcomer, Max Patrick. Fourth up the rail is Freight Air. Then in fifth, it's Roll Your Coin, followed by the trailer 6, Majestic Mason. Positions unchanged. They tripped a quarter in 29 seconds flat. Shane's Dream is the fraction setter. 2-hole ride belongs to Howmack exclusive. End of the turn in third is Max Patrick racing fourth. That's Freight Air. Roll Your Coin is fifth. And Majestic Mason trailing. No one finds a right line in here. And they're strung out a tad at the opening half mile, led by Shane's Dream. He was halfway home in a rolling 57 and 2. 28 and 2 in the second quarter. Arriving at 5-8, Shane's Dream the leader. Howmack exclusive. A textbook 2-hole ride. Back into third, Max Patrick. Then fourth is Freight Air. Fifth is Roll Your Coin. Trailing the field, Majestic Mason. Still no one has made a move. And we're a quarter of a mile out. Led by 3/4 by Shane's Dream. Second along the rail, that is Howmack exclusive. 1:26 and 1 was the 3/4 with 1/8 of a mile left to go. Shane's Dream turning home. Here comes Howmack exclusive for the stretch drive. Max Patrick third, Freight Air fourth. Deep stretch now, and Howmack exclusive will win for Corey McPherson. Shane's Dream did all the work to finish second. Max Patrick held third. What a trip! 1:54.3. Wow!
All right, a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 3. They were in program order as they hit the top turn here, and Shane's Dream doing all the road work here tonight, Peter. Great trip in here, and Howmack exclusive gets up for the first start of the 25 campaign and makes it a winner one.
Yeah, well, we said just before they went that he'd be tucked in, and I thought right behind Shane's Dream, and he tracked and got a dreamy 2-hole ride through 29, 57 and 2. Wow, they were rocking and rolling, 1:26 and 1, and when they swung for home, Corey angles out, and he is going to reel in Shane's Dream late. Howmack exclusive with that dreamy pocket ride, reaching up late to score. How about the mile? 1:54 and 3 in early May. Big trip here in Charlottetown.
On his way to the winner's circle from the third, the 2-entry Howmack exclusive. Bay pacing gelding 4 by Source of Pride. Off the articulator dam, Howmack impeccable. Owned by Leith and Leslie Wade and Jimmy Gorman. Bred by Halmack Farms Limited of Brookfield. Trained by Leslie Waite, Corey McPherson will guide him to a new pacing record. Excellent trip. 1:54 and 3. New record, Halmack exclusive in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the third race. Shane's Dream was second. Halmack exclusive, the race winner. Max Patrick finished third. Freight Air fifth. Roll Your Coin was fourth. Majestic Mason finished sixth. Fractions went 29, 57 and 2, 126 and 1, and the mile 154 and 3. From the top, your program reads 213, 546. Halmack exclusive 650. The Exactor 1040, Triactor 3740, and the Superfecta 1683.
Okay, welcome back to Race Day Live here tonight in Charlottetown. And as we continue on this Saturday night, packed house here tonight, Peter. We have a big crowd in-house, a big crowd out in the tarmac. It's nice to see because it was a beautiful day here in Prince Edward Island. We talked about the Ladner a little earlier on the pregame, and it's coming back, and it's coming back early June 6th this year. And I know a lot of folks are getting prepped up for it right now because it's always a great event. It's presented by Ladner's Source for Sports.
Yeah, it kicks off the invitational meet every year, and again we saw last year Roland was the winner over a muddy track. Nice win there in 57 over a muddy track last year in 2024. So again, the Atlantic Invitational Series, if you want to find the dates, you can go to PEI Harness Racing and find out all the dates there. The Ladner kicks it off. It'll be here Saturday, June the 7th, right here at Redshores in Charlottetown.
So you'll see the horses coming out of the paddock here. The Atlantic Post calls paddock cam. And we'll greet them.
Maiden Pacers on the fourth race post parade. Principal Pally 1 is owned by Atlantic Harness Racing of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes. Norris Rogers drives. 2, Real Delicious, owned by Don McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Mark Campbell. 3, Real Smoke Show, owned by Don McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Wise Moon, number 4, owned by Ryan DeRoche and Shayna Toll, along with Brett LeBlanc, trained by Shayna Toll, Ryan DeRoche driving. 5, Listen Linda Lou was a late scratch. Number 6 is Big Booty Judy, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. Gilles Barrio catch drives. 7 is JJ Nicky, owned by Jamie McKinley, Jeff Lilly, and Blair McLaughlin. Jeff Lilly is the trainer. The drive goes to Jacob Sweet. Wired Blue Chip wears number 8, owned by Mike Curry of Cardigan, Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay, trained by Earl Watts, Harold Shepard, above the wheels. 5 minutes wagering time on tonight's fourth race. Just a friendly reminder for fans and customers, the Red Shores Super High 5 with the low 15% takeout comes up in race numbers 5 and 12 tonight.
Yeah, that's Super High 5 here at Red Shores. Coming up on race number 5, we have our tickets ready to go. And the last race of the program, that low 15% takeout for sure. Nice to have that back. And the new late pick 4, keep in mind for that. That's got a $1,000 guarantee. We're going to roll that out tonight into the season as well. And we talked about tomorrow. I think we did.
Yeah, we did.
Breakfast with the Babies
9 a.m.,
tomorrow,
yep.
9 a.m. in Summerside as well. So nice to have all the folks tuning in tonight. We're getting a lot of messages. Hi to Dave Morrison and the gang that is giving us the texts here tonight from all around the Maritimes and throughout North America. It's nice to hear from you all. And we're getting a lot of comments, Pete, about the new graphics package. They really like it.
It's sharply. It is. It's a clean look. Again, we had updated about 5 years ago, so I think it was time. And we're really happy with the look of it here, Lee. It's a beautiful, clean-looking package and easy to read for the bettors and fans to enjoy.
Yeah, and we'll be working our way through on live theater here as we usually do, making some notes and some odd changes along the way, but good so far. Let's go out on the track here for race number 4, and we're going to pick up a Real Smoke Show. I love that name. This filly owned by Donnie McRae of Vernon Bridge and Ashley Gameston. They're busy because they've got a couple in here. I don't know which one they're going to watch, but they got many in the field here. But Real Smoke Show coming into action here tonight. This group going for their first win lifetime. You never forget that first win.
Nope.
2, 1, and 4 on the queue, so that puts her on top of the ticket.
Yeah, 3-year-old filly by Huntsville here, and Jason's going to do the driving. Like you mentioned, Ashley Gamester trained. Donnie McRae, lots of success with the young horses last year, so he's got another one here, 3-year-old filly by Huntsville. And they came into that start, the qualifier on the 26th right here in Charlottetown, off the rail. Jason didn't panic. Horse sat at the back most of the way. Again, just getting some experience in the qualifier, but did scoot home in 29-2. That's what jumps off the page to me. Finished up strong, did Real Smoke Show in the qualifier 29-2 for a charter trip of 2:01-4 from the rail. So moves out a couple of spots, and Jason has the drive here tonight on Real Smoke Show, taking the money at 8-5.
Well, we talked about Donnie McRae and Ashley Gamester, so here's another entry in here too. And Big Booty Judy and Donnie McRae raised this filly here and coming into action. I guess gets to move in a slot here with the scratch of the 5, so that's going to improve the gate position a little bit. And Gilles Barrio in the bike here tonight. The Maritime Magic Man back into action for 2025. And This filly looks great out there right now.
Really does. A nice looking horse here, the 3-year-old filly by Malicious. Like you mentioned, it's another one for Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Ashley Gamester is the trainer, and Donnie was the breeder on this filly as well. Qualified here on April the 26th. And you can see it was Jason Hughes in the bike on that day, left off the rail. Track 3 most of the way, ended up 4th. Good trip, though, and again, closed out in a strong 29-2 for a charted trip of 2-2-4. So Barrio hops up off a good, solid qualifier here. And again, bettors on board. Big Booty Judy, 2-1.
All right, there you have another Bet the Moon filly here, Wise Moon. And Ryan DeRoche and Shayna Toll, they teamed up in the opener here tonight to get it rolling in the spring meet. It'd be nice to go back again. They co-own with Brett LeBlanc and Ryan DeRoche also as the co-owner on there. But this filly, nice and relaxed beforehand, looks good out the track coming off that qualifier.
Yeah, Ryan's off to a good start. Nice win in the opener with Carnival Heart right down the road to kick off the spring meet here. And this time around, it's Wise Moon, the 3-year-old filly by Bet the Moon. As we said, Ryan's going to do the driving. Shayna Toll is the trainer. They qualified here on the 26th, left 3, and again, just getting around a couple of times. Sat 7 most of the way. That's where the horse ended up, but still 2-2-1. And again, it's a similar, again, 29-2, so it's similar to all these horses. They all finished up strong in their qualifiers. So that's a good sign as they get ready to go here in their first race. So this horse, Wise Moon, again, taking a little bit of late money here as Ryan looks to double up early in Charlottetown, 4-1.
You know, we talked about people that we're hearing from, Peter, and just heard from Patrick Shepard. And, you know, with the Gold Cup video that we did this year, the Shepard hug there when they won that race that time, my God, that was a special, special moment.
Telling you, Robert doing the driving and Patrick doing the training. Harold was there with the hug. It was about the Shepherds that night. They got it done.
And Stephen's celebrating a birthday too, we understand. So
happy birthday to Stephen.
Dad Harold in action here for race number 4. So all the best, and nice to hear from you, Patrick, and happy birthday to Stephen. Here's a look at the new Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Looks sharp. The graphics in behind the gate for race 4. Back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Principal Pally, Real Delicious, Real Smoke Show, Wise Moon, Big Booty Judy, JJ Nicky, and Wired Blue Chip. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. They're off and pacing, all but the 4. She's on the run. Wise Moon has gone offside. Into the turn they go, and it's Real Smoke Show going after the lead. Real Delicious, her stablemate, is there second. Racing around the turn and back down pacing from third is Wise Moon. Fourth on the cones is Big Booty Judy. Then are racing from fifth. Up the inside is Wired Blue Chip. Then 6 is JJ Nicky. In the backfield, the trailer Principal Pally. The road to the first quarter mile, led by Real Smoke Show and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Second, that is Real Delicious. On by that first quarter mile, and as they race round that upper turn for the first time, it's Real Smoke Show leading Real Delicious. Right with the leaders third is Wise Moon. They were very comfortable in the early going. The quarters now up in just 31. and 2. Racing from 4th is Big Booty Judy, then 5th on the cones is Wired Blue Chip. 6 belongs to J.J. Nicky, and in the backfield, Principal Pally the trailer. They're halfway home, and Real Smoke Show, the midway point leader in 102 and 2. Around the paddock turn they go with 3/8 of a mile left to go. Real Smoke Show leading Real Delicious. There goes Wise Moon to the outside third. Racing fourth is Big Booty Judy. Back into fifth is Wired Blue Chip. Then J.J. Nicky and the trailer. Principal Pally, they arrive at 3/4. The tempo picked up a touch. On the front end, Real Smoke Show, the leader. Wise Moon right alongside that leader. Back into third is Real Delicious. Then fourth is Big Booty Judy. 1:33 flat with 3/4, and they turn for home, led by Real Smoke Show. Wise Moon on the outside second. Then in third, Real Delicious. Deep in the stretch now, Real Smoke Show and the Blue Knight make every call a winning one. Second, that'll go to Wise Moon. It looked like Real Delicious held third in a photo. Time for the mile in 2:01 and 3.
Well, it's interesting, you look through the field here, Peter, and they all only have a handful of starts among them, so they're all very green here and learning their racing ways here. But the 3-horse, we talked about Real Smoke Show in the pre-race here, and looked very good getting it done here tonight.
Yeah, Ford makes an early break, Lee, and is able to recover quickly. Ryan did a good job to get the horse back on gate here tonight. But Jason says, I'm going to take the lead through 31 and 2, 102 and 2. Then Ryan goes first with Wise Moon through 133, and they battle down the lane here. Great recovery by the 4 Wise Moon to get up for second, but the winner is Real Smoke Show and Hughes 2:01 and 3 to win the 4th at Redshores.
Real Smoke Show going to the 4th race winner's circle. Big facing filly 3, she's a daughter of Huntsville from the Real Desire Dam. Real Appealing, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, bred by Lindy Farms of Conn of Enfield, Connecticut. Trained by Ashley Gamester, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes had the filly on top at every call. She'll make her Par Mutual debut, a winning one, to a maiden record of 2:01 and 3. Real Smoke Show in the 4th.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results in the fourth race. Principal Pally seventh. Real Delicious was third. Real Smoke Show, the race winner. Wise Moon finished second. Listen Linda Lou was scratched. Big Booty Judy fifth. JJ Nicky sixth. Wired Blue Chip finished fourth. The fractions were 31 and 2, 102 and 2, 133, and the mile in 201 and 3. In review, it's 731, 2 scratch 5, 6-4. Real Smoke Show paid $470 to win. The Exactor 1580, Triactor 4180, Superfecta 2206. Race 5 set for the post parade, featuring the Super High Five, number 1 Power of 4, Irwin Neal of Charlottetown, the owner, trainer, and driver. Doc Darrell, number 2, is owned and trained by Morgan Shepard of Brackley, Colin Shepard driving. Century Invictus 3 is owned by Madison Rogers of Summerside, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers drives. Heather's Pet number 4 is owned and trained by Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown, Todd Walshop. Five Moonrider, owned by Debbie Elliman from Barraquois, Quebec, trained and driven by Keith Ford. J.J. Kinley 6, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Von Doyle. Number 7 is Slade, owned by Sandy Myers of Charlottetown. Wade Myers trains and drives. Number 8, Mockbook Pro, is owned by Paul Conway of Bonshaw and Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul does the training. Zach is in the driver's seat. 5 minutes, to post time. And gentlemen, we're all coming up with our selections in the opening day Red Shores Super High 5 here in race number 5 on tonight's opening day card here at Charlottetown. And once again, our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising joining us for the 25 racing season, and they present the Vance Cam. And in the 5th, gentlemen, I'm on to the veteran, Moonrider. Like him all the way in here tonight. The back class alone is enough for me. I'll put him right on top and into the winner's circle. I like the 2, Doc Darrell. This to me looks to be a kind of a lock in here. 5-2. Going to go to the 1 Power of 4 because he has the rail, and I like him on that inside tonight for Irwin Neal. I'll use 3 Century Invictus as Maddie Rogers makes her owner debut tonight here in Charlottetown. I'll close it out with a long shot. I'm going to go to the old buddy Von Doyle there with the free-legged pacer, J.J. Kinley, here in the 5th. From the booth, guys, I'm going 5-2-1. 3-6, your choices.
Well, nice to have the Results Vance Cam back. And you see the new graphic in there. Some nice work here tonight, Vance. And we're matching strides on the top 3. So I do like Moonrider off the top of my ticket here tonight. I'm leaning on Doc Darrell for second, as you said, and I like the rail sitter, Power of 4. But after that, I'm going with the 4-horse. Heather's Pet here for Todd Walsh tonight. Neely Bamberg, they've been friends a long time. They're going to team up here tonight, I think, in there. And the 3, Century Invictus, is my ticket. That's what it looks like from this side of the desk. 5-2-1, 4-3, Peter.
I'm going to go towards the 2 guys. Doc Darrell here for Colin Shepherd. They get along pretty well. 3 wins last year, 57 the record right here in Charlottetown. So we'll put the horse on top. Moonrider will be tough, like you guys said, but we'll call for second here. And then I like Century Invictus, Power of 4, and Heather's Pet. So 2-5-3-1-4 from this side of the desk.
All right, so we're going to the top of the park. There we are, and the newly painted top of the park. And if you zoom in a little bit there, you'll see Taryn, our food and beverage manager, and next to her in the sweater, there she is. That's Christina Lorenzo in the top of the park here. Many of you, of course, when you call to the top of the park and reservations, Christina's the one you talk to. Well, she is coming to an end with her career here at Red Shores, and we are so proud of her, but we're also going to miss her. And so all of you, let's give her a big round of applause and all the best here for the top of the park. Christina, best wishes. Thank you for everything you do and everything you've done here in the last number of years. And Taryn asked if we could get a shot over there. And I know David McKenzie's here tonight too. I want to wish you all the best, and from all the crew here at Red Shores, best of luck. So the opening day of 2025 cooler presentation here from Red Shores, and our cooler presenter, Cam Gurney. Cam is celebrating a birthday, so happy birthday from all of us.
Wow, Cam, we know him a long time.
We have.
Yes.
Yeah, he does great
Another
work.
Cornwall guy.
Yep.
Yep.
Did you hear, speaking of that, did you hear Kent McPhee on the Ocean 100 morning show?
I heard about it, and I saw some photos, and I'm sure he had a laugh or two.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah. And it was a great show, and talked a lot about Cornwall. And
Kent's a great guy, owns a couple of real good businesses in Charlottetown, and certainly want to say hi to him. And Lee, I do want to say happy birthday to Cam, because he does a lot of work out there in that winner's circle.
Yeah, managing the winner's circle is no easy task, and we do appreciate it for sure. Starter Jeff McDonald has the field. Scotty McKendrick behind the wheel of the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Graphics looking sharp. Full field of 8. Let's go back upstairs for the super high 5 call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Power of 4. Doc Darrell, Century Invictus. Heather's Pet Moonrider. J.J. Kinley, Slate, Mockbook Pro. Top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching the start. Rough and pacing, and a host of levers in here. Power of 4 at the rail got the first call. Heather's Pet is second. Third one, that's Doc Darrell. Coming fourth on the outside is Moonrider to get away fifth at the rail. Century Invictus. Mockbook Pro dropped in sixth. Then J.J. Kinley seventh, and the trailer, that is Slade. Up the backstretch they go to the opening quarter. Power of 4 in unfamiliar territory. Right on the engine for Irwin Neal. Here comes the challenger now, the veteran pacer. Moon Rider right alongside the leader by the opening quarter in 29 seconds flat. They're on that top turn for the first time. Power of 4 the leader. Moon Rider might be in a whole heap of trouble. He's parked out. Closing up at the rail. Third was Heather's Pet. Then in fourth, it's Doc Darrell. On the outside, there goes Century Invictus from fifth. Then in sixth, Mockbook Pro. Moving up seventh is Slate. Now trailing the field. That is J.J. Kinley. Opening half mile is up. And there at the rail, Power of 4 in 58. And 1, giving the cold shoulder here to Moon Rider, laying on the outside. Third up the rail, Heather's Pet. Moving up fourth on the outside is Doc Darrell. Going wide from fifth is Century Invictus. Then sixth is Slate. Seventh, Mockbook Pro. And the trailer, that is J.J. Kinley. 30 wide at 3/4 they go. Wow. Showtime at Charlottetown. Farthest one out. Doc Darrell is taken over. Power of 4 now second. Moon Rider still there third. Fourth is Heather's Pet. In between horses, Slade is fifth. 3/4 in 1:29 and 1. And they're homeward bound in the super high 5. Doc Darrell now the leader. Power of 4 second. Third is Heather's Pet on the wire. Power of 4 coming back on. Power of 4 and Irwin Neal got there. Second is Doc Darrell. We'll need a show photo in 1:59.4.
All right, Universum Media slow-mo for you in the opening day cooler presentation, and Power of 4 earned every inch of this mile of Irwin Neal here tonight. Peter went off at 9-1 odds.
Yeah.
Rocking and rolling through splits. He put away horses left and right, and he's able to hang on through the stretch. What a trip.
What a trip and what a win here for Irwin Neal and Power of 4. They issued the parking ticket early to Moonrider through 29, 58 and 1. The 2 came late through 129 and 1, but no way. The 1 digs in on the rail. Power of 4 and Irwin Neal. I'm telling you what, they took shots, and he was still able to get there in the end. Well-deserved win for Power of 4 and Irwin Neal in the 5th.
Here comes Power of Four to the fifth race winner's circle. By pacing Gallagher 7 by Sunshine Beach. Off the Sports Writer Dam, Dancing in the Nude. Owned by Irwin Neal of Charlottetown, bred by Hudson Standard Bred Stables of Quebec. Trained and driven to victory by Irwin Neal. The horse gets his fifth lifetime victory tonight, right on the engine in 1:59 and 4. Power of Four in the Super High Five, the opening day Red Shores Cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in race 5, Power of Four, the race winner. Doc Darrell was second. Century Invictus third. Heather's Pet was fourth. Moonrider finished fifth. J.J. Kinley was seventh. Slate finished sixth. Mockbook Pro was eighth. Fractions were 29, 58 and 1, 129 and 1, and the mile 159 and 4. In review, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 8. Power of Four paid $20.50 to win. The exactor was 66.10. The triactor returning 148.60. 20-cent super high five at $98.
So welcome back to Race Day Live here in Charlottetown tonight on a beautiful night as we roll along on the card here. And we have another announcement to make here. And this is all part of the Birthplace of Confederation series presented by the City of Charlottetown. The mayor announced it at the Horse Owners Association Award just a couple of weeks ago. And it's going to be in honor of Harris Johnson. And we're very, very proud of that. And of course, Harris, a longtime member of our harness racing community and business community here in Charlottetown and on Prince Edward Island, Pete.
Yeah, he's owned a lot of horses throughout the year, sponsored the Mr. Trot Challenge for a number of years, so congratulations to Harris.
Lindale Mr. Mack will lead the sixth race on parade, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Mark Bradley driving. Number 2 is Hockey's Deo, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet trains and drives. MJ Ray, number 3, is owned by William Andrew, Mark Ramsey, and the Kickin' Horse Stable. Corey McPherson is the trainer-driver. Woodmere Rocket Man 4, owned by Dan Ross of Vernon Bridge. Gilberto trains and drives. 5 is Huntsville Maid, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Axo Noble wears 6, owned by Philip Valley of Vernon River, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. drives. Number 7 is Red Eye de Shanghai, Wade Myers of Charlottetown, owner, trainer, driver. Zendaya's Moonbeam wears number 8, Adam Werner of Springfield, owns, trains, and drives. 5 minutes to post time, 5. Ladies and gentlemen, management and staff with Red Shores and the PEI harness racing industry would like to pay tribute to members of our community who passed away since our last racing program. Our condolences to the family and friends of the late Clark E. Smith, the late Robert Phillips, the late Sterling Stu McFadgen, the late Hector MacDonald, the late Dr. Ed Johnston, the late Jeff McClellan, the late Glenda Burhall, the late Doris Newton, and the late Rodney Watts. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please rise, if you are able, for a moment of silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, there's a look at the 4th place finish by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. How close it was. Our condolences to all of those harness racing members of our community and family that we lost. This is our last racing program, and Robert Phillips, a great horseman, Peter.
Yes.
And I know there's a special memorial service tomorrow at Pinette Raceway starting at 1 o'clock, so we wanted to pass that along.
Yeah, for sure. For sure here, Lee, as we work on race number 6 tonight as we head back out to the track, and we land on Woodmere Rocket Man here for Danny Ross of Vernon Bridge, Gilberto Trains. And Jill, is going to do the driving. Horse looked good in the qualifier here on April the 29th. Left 6, Barrio right to the front, and they led all the way. And we're winners 2-2 and 3, 28 and 1 on the end of it. 3 starts last year and 3 second-place finishes in all those starts. The Maritime Breeders on October the 26th, left 5, finished second, 58 and 4 with a 27 and 4 closer. So we think he'll be up near the action coming off the qualifier here. Woodmere Rocket Man and Barrio right now 1-4. Here's the one, Lindale, Mr. Mack for David McDonald of Belfast, Ashley Games Trains, and Mark Bradley gets the call tonight. If we go down the lines, you can see last year, raced the Atlantic Sire Stake B's in Summerside on September the 22nd, left off the rail and raced really well, was tucked in the entire trip. Third beat in 3/4 of a length, raced really well, 2 minutes 4 fifths, 29 and 4 for Jason Hughes on that day, and came back in Charlottetown October 5th last year in the Joe O'Brien Grassroots, left 3, track 3 all the way for a third place finish, 2 minutes and a fifth, 28 and 3 on the end of it. Qualified here on the 26th off the rail for Jason Hughes, 5th, 2-2, 29 and 2. He can really finish up, so I think Mark's going to keep him tucked in along the rail here, and we're going to put him in here. Lindale, Mr. Mack at 5-1. On this horse, Act So Noble, the 3-year-old colt by Bet the Moon, looked real good in his qualifier here on the 26th. Left 6, fronted it, and was a winner by 3 and change. 2-2 and 3, 29 and 2 on the end of it from post 6. So he's back out there again, and we'll see what happens. He's got a little bit of speed, was inside with the 4. So we'll see what kind of trip Act So Noble gets coming off a real good qualifier. And the bettors are on board here. 9-2 here as we just have a little bit more to go here. So make sure you're in on the action. Getting close in race number 6. Okay, quick look at the odds before we go here as we're hitting the halfway mark of the program. Tonight, 5-1 for Lindale, Mr. Mack. Hawkish Dale was in the 2-hole tonight, 19-1. MJ Ray for Corey McPherson at 15-1. And then Woodmere Rocket Man, the choice at 2-5. Huntsville May, that's Jason Hughes tonight at 15-1. Axo Noble for Miles Heffernan, 7-2. And then Red Eye to Shanghai and Zendaya's Moonbeam. They're on the outside, 7-8. Getting close here. Good luck with your picks in race number 6. Getting set for race number 6 from Redshores in Charlottetown. Tonight is the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, Vance. That new wrap on the gate looks great. Up to you for the call.
Does it ever, Mr. McPhee? As they line up here in the 6th, Lindale, Mr. Mack, Hawkey's Dale, MJ Ray, Woodmere Rocket Man, Huntsville Maid, Axo Noble, Red Eye to Shanghai, Zendaya's Moonbeam. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing, Woodmere Rocket Man fires out from the center along the rail. Lindale, Mr. Mack, third one between horses. As they round the turn is Hockey Jadeo. Coming up 4th, that is Act So Noble. To get away 5th at the rail is MJ Ray. Then in 6th, Huntsville Maid. Away 7th, that's Red Eye to Shanghai. And trailing the field here in the early goings, Zendaya's Moonbeam. And off stride went Act So Noble, and there was a touch of confusion amongst the trailers. On by the opening quarter, they get scattered. On the front end, it's Woodmere Rocket Man for Berrio. Racing from second along the rail, Lindell Mr. Mac 29 and 4 opened it up. Back into third is Hockey Jadeo. Racing from fourth, MJ Ray. Fifth is Huntsville Made. Out of the turn in sixth, that is Red Eye to Shanghai. Then seventh along the inside, Zendaya's Moonbeam, and the trailer after the break. That is Axo Noble. They're halfway home in the sixth, and that's Woodmere Rocket Man, the heavy favorite on the engine. Right there, second, Lindale Mr. Mac. Back to third is Hockey's Deo. 1 minute. And 1/5 was the half. Racing fourth is MJ Ray. Fifth along the inside is Huntsville Made. On the move in the outside sixth, and Daya's Moonbeam is underway. Red Eye to Shanghai seventh, and the trailer, Axo Noble. Here comes the three-quarters, led by Woodmere Rocket Man, and he's turning it on, and he's opening it up. Racing from second, Lindale Mr. Mac. Back into third is Hockey's Deo. Then in fourth, along the inside is MJ Ray. Off stride went Zendaya's Moonbeam. 129 and 4 was the three-quarters, and they're homeward bound now, led by Woodmere Rocket Man. He's all alone here for Berrio. Woodmere Rocket Man on the line. Gonna be tight for the deuce. On the inside, Lindell Mr. Mac. Hockey's Deo was closing in on the end of it. There's a place picture. Time for the mile in 1:58.2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 6 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. And Woodmere Rocket Man coming off a very impressive qualifier back on the 29th here. We won by 3 and change, 2-2 and 3, close to 28 and 1. Well, similar tactics here tonight. Berrio points him right from the hop, and they go right down the Red Shores Highway. 29 and 4, 1 minute 1. Good rating from Jill. 129 and 4, and he's all alone. Tons of daylight in the stretch here. 158 and 2. Gate to wire for Woodmere Rocket Man and Berrio in the 6th.
There is a judge's inquiry now underway in race number 6. Judge's inquiry involving the break on number 6, Act So Noble. Woodmere Rocket Man finding his way to the 6-race winner's circle by pacing gelding. He's 3 by Bet the Moon. From the Western Ideal Dam, Wild Ride Hanover. Owned by Dan Ross of Vernon Bridge. Bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. Trained and driven to victory by Gil Berrio. The colt pacing to a maiden record on this night of 158 and 2. Woodmere Rocket Man in the 6th. Ladies and gentlemen, the top four finishers will be made official. The judge's inquiry is ongoing. 4215 is official.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
In the sixth race, 4 Woodmere Rocketman was the winner. 2 Hawkey's Deo finished second. 1 Lindell Mr. Mac third. And 5 Huntsville made fourth. Woodmere Rocketman paid $250. The Exactor $23.70. Triactor $54.20. And the Superfecta $32.53.
Okay, welcome back. Race Day Live here, an action-packed Derby weekend as we get the spring meet underway here in Charlottetown. Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee and Kurt Hughes of the post-time picks here tonight. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. Now, we talked about all the new things that are happening here at Red Shores. Well, there's certainly something very big happening, and that is our renovations, and it's underway now. And exciting things are happening here at Red Shores. The new entrance. It'll be operational here very shortly, Peter. But man, oh man, we live it every day here, and the crew here, the construction crew, have been doing a fantastic job.
It really is, Lee. It's amazing. We're going to have a new main entrance area, and again, there'll be lots of changes to the casino area. It's a long project, but again, it's looking great as we work along towards 2026, Lee, and it's going to be great with the new addition to all the different changes here at Red Shores and Charlottetown.
He's touring on the 7th race post parade. Claire Sweet Valeri is the owner and the trainer. Jacob Sweet drives. Shadow's Terror number 2, owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford. Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Trained by Lenny Myers. Jason Hughes. 3 Watchmaker, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Trained by Alan Stevenson. Mike Downey drives. Well Said Celeb number 4, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skirvin, and Shane Essen. Trained and driven by Adam Murner. 5 is Braxton's Boy, owned by Rick Armstrong and Mark Orlando. Summerside, Rick is the trainer. Kenny Murphy driving. 6 is Macho Phil. Owned by Ava Burke of Brackley and Allie Campbell of Charlottetown. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell's in the sulky. 5 minutes to post time. Back down to Lee Drake and Peter McPhee at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Well, here it is, the race day recap. In case you missed the first 6, let's get you rolling here as we open things up here tonight on the spring meet and for race number 1. And we'll have a look at Carnival Heart, who came off the rail here tonight and came through the stretch here in the sunshine. Big trip here with Ryan DeRoche in the bike. 28-4, 59, 129-4. They stopped the timer here on the line of 158-3 for the second win of the 2025 campaign.
Race number 2 tonight, it was Here on Earth, and Adam Murner, they won at the front end, and they got there and cut it all out, 30-2, 101, 129-3. A little bit of heat late from Louis the Great, but well in hand for Here on Earth and Murner as they go right down the Red Shores Highway, 158-2.
Over to race number 3 we go here, a power pack field of 6, and we had a look at Halmac Exclusive coming through the stretch here. Comes off the back of Shane's Dream, who did all the road work at 2 to 5 choice, but Halmac Exclusive gets up for Corey McPherson and Leslie Wade. What a great mile here, 154-3. What a sparkler, 650 to win, 270, 210. And tripped the triactor there at 37.40 on the 2-1-3 combination.
Race number 4, the front end held up again as a real smoke show. The 3-year-old filly by Huntsville and Jason Hughes, they were pointed through 31-2, 102-2, 133. Late heat from Wise Moon, but no real smoke show on Hughes. Hang on, 201-3 to win race number 4. 470 on the nose. The exactor was 1580. The try 342.
And over to race number 5 we go. It's the Super High 5 here, and it was Power of 4 who was putting away all challengers throughout here. Gets up in the stretch for Irwin Neal, wins it in $20.50 on the nose, stops the timer in here as well with a great trip coming up in the 5th race, and it was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Super High 5 ticket in there, paid $98.
And race number 6, we just saw it. This horse looked good. Woodmere Rocket Man for Danny Ross and Jill Barrow. They teamed up, and Woodmere Rocket Man was zooming right from the word go. 29-4, 1-minute 1, 129-4. Daylight in the stretch, 158-2 for Woodmere Rocket Man and Barrio. They go all the way in race number 6. 2, Hawkesdale was second, and the 1, Lindale Mr. Mack was third. 4-2-1 at 54-20.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the complete and official results from tonight's 6th race. Lindale Mr. Mack, 3rd. Hawkesdale was 2nd. MJ Ray, 5th. Woodmere Rocket Man, the race winner. Huntsville Maid finished 4th. Axel Noble finished 6th and was placed 7th for interference on the break. Red Eye de Shanghai finished 7th, was placed 6th. Zendaya's Moonbeam was 8th. The fractions were 29-4, 1-minute 1, 129-4, and the mile in 158-2. In review after the placings in race 6 from the top, 3, 2, 5, 1, 4, 7, 6, 8.
Okay, under a minute to go here before race number 7. Let's take a quick look at the board here. He's touring for Jacob Sweet here tonight at 12-1 on the rail. Shadows Terror for Jason Hughes. Like this level here to Shadows Terror. If you go down the lines there, you can see 1951s in January there. Was a winner in 56 and 4. So Shadows Terror now the choice at 8-5. Watchmaker tonight for Mike Downey at 7-1. Well Said Celeb for Murner at 5-2. And Braxton's Boy and Kenny Murphy, similar odds at 5-2, and Macho Phil from Mark Campbell at 4-1. We're getting close here. Make sure you get your tickets for race number 7. Okay, it's your last call for 50-50 tickets. $850 right now to the winner. We're going to make the draw after race number 8. Last call for 50-50 tickets tonight. Okay, getting set for race number 7 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
He's touring. Shadow's Terror Watchmaker. Well said celeb Braxton's Boy. Macho Phil, a half a dozen noses up on the starting gate here in the 7th. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough-and pacing and well-said celeb, the first one out. Up the rail, he's touring his second. Third one into the turn, that is Shadow's Terror. Watchmaker gets away fourth. Braxton's Boy dropped in fifth. And then the trailer sixth. Macho Phil, up the backstretch they go. Well said celeb's got early company coming. Quickly on the outside, Shadow's Terror and the Blue Knight Hughes gonna take over the lead. Second is Well Said Celeb, back into third, he's touring. Fourth on the cones is Watchmaker. Then in fifth, it's Braxton's Boy. And trailing the field, Macho Phil is sixth, 29. And 4 opened it up, and the field of 6 well strung out as they round the top turn. Approaching on 3/8, led by Shadow's Terror. Well Said Celeb comes out of the turn second. The gap to He's touring, a racing third. Watchmakers in fourth, Braxton's Boy fifth, and Macho Phil sees them all at the midway point, led by Shadow's Terror. Watchmaker now rushing up on the outside for the veteran Downey, racing third towards the rail. Well Said Celeb, 59 and 2 was the half. That's unstressful for this group. They arrive at 5/8, led by Shadow's Terror. Up and out of on the outside is Watchmaker second. Third up the rail, Well Said Celeb. Getting into it now, second over the outside. Fourth, Braxton's Boy is right there. Then in fifth, he's touring. Macho Phil going to the outside. 6, 3 in, 3 out, 3/4 in 1. 27 and 4, 28 and 2 in the third quarter, arriving at 7/8, led by Shadow's Terror, and he turns for home. Well Said Celeb is taken over second. He's touring, coming up the rail, way wide. Braxton's Boy, to the wire they come, and it's Shadow's Terror to double up the Blue Knight Hughes. Second is Well Said Celeb. He's touring, rallied up the inside. Third, time for the mile in 1:56. Bullet!
Okay, we mentioned it in the pre-race that Shadow's Terror and Hughes, they get along well, and it happened again tonight where Jason didn't wait long. He sat third with Shadow's Terror, and then he moved out, and he wanted to cut this thing tonight. 29 and 4, 59 and 2. First over for Watchmakers. They swung to the backside through 127 and 4. Not going to happen. Rebuff time for Shadow's Terror as he puts away Watchmaker, and down the stretch they come here now. Jason knows he's got it in deep stretch here. 1:56 flat for Shadow's Terror and Hughes. Good drive by the Blue Knight here tonight. Shadow's Terror and Hughes in the winner's circle next.
Shadow's Terror arrives at the 7th race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding. He's 5 by Shadow Play. From the Western Terror Dam, Cyber Terror. Owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford and Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Bred by Blue Chip Blockstock and Blair Corbeil. Trained by Lenny Myers and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes doubles up the miles in 156. Shadow's Terror and the Blue Knight double in the 7th. Here's the official results in race 7. He's Touring was 3rd. Shadow's Terror, the race winner. Watchmaker finished 4th. Well Said Celeb 2nd. Braxton's Boy finished 5th. Macho Phil 6th. The fractions were 29 and 4, 59 and 2, 127 and 4, and the mile in 156. In review, 314, 256. Shadow's Terror paid $550 to win. The exactor 2180, the triactor 346.60, and the superfecta was 101.08.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park here at Redshores in Charlottetown. I'm your co-host Peter McPhee. Lee Drake is along here tonight. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action as we work on race number 8. We'll get to the picks in just a moment, but first I want to tell you about HPI Bet and get points on all Woodbine Racing. Redshores proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Woodbine Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com. Take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. Okay, here's the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam as we go to the picks here for race number 8 tonight. And again, thanks to Atlantic Post Calls with their sponsorship of the paddock cam this year. We'll get the selections in here in just a moment. I do like the 4 in here. Baby Step Back for Kenny Murphy tonight. Gonna like the 3, Shelley Spirit for part of it as well. And I'm gonna put in the 1 with Mayor Lizzie along the rail here. I do like a 4-3. and 1 in race number 8. There we go, 4-3-1 for me. Post time picks, that's Kurt Hughes tonight. He's at 3, 2, and 5 in the classifier, along the bottom at 3, 5, and 1. As we get set here for race number 8 at Red Shores.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a minor delay for the 8th race post parade. They're loading into the starting gate for the 151st Kentucky Derby. Eighth race on parade, Woodmere Lizzie 1 is owned by John McGilvery of Charlottetown. Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by David O'Brien. Adam Murner driving. Two Tobin's Dream, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Mark Campbell. Shelley Spirit, number 3, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith is the trainer-driver. 4, Baby Step Back, owned by Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Ricky does the training. The drive goes to Kenny Murphy. Mind, Body, and Soul, number 5, owned by Windermere Farms. Hollis Newson, Sterling Buchanan, and Jack Quinn. Earl Watts does the conditioning, driven by Harold Shepard. 6 is Hamac Charger, owned by Paul Conway of Bonshaw and Zach Conway of Charlottetown, trained by Paul Conway and driven by Corey McPherson. It's your final call for wagering on tonight's 8th race. Park After Dark presents the Hoedown Live on Saturday, June 14th. Lee and Peter have more on that event coming up next.
Thanks very much, Vince. Red Shores Racing excited. Park After Dark proudly presents the Hoedown Live at the Eastlink Center. Join us Saturday, June 14th for a toe tapping, knee slapping, good time, followed by an after party with Corey Gallant and Red Dirt Posse. It all takes place on Saturday, June 14th. The Hoedown Live. Okay, getting set for race number 8 tonight from Red Shores in Charlottetown. The Exactor, the 20-cent Super, the Try as well, Win, Place, and Show. Take your ticket with the Wild Horses, jackpot $25. Here's the 4. It's Baby Step Back tonight for Richard Armstrong of Summerside. Richard trains, and Kenny Murphy gets the call in the bike. This horse had a good year last year in 2024. 15 starts, 12 in the top 3, 3 wins, 6 seconds, and 3/3. Those 3 wins, the quickest 57-2 at Red Shores in Summerside. If we slide down the lines, we can see November 25th here in Charlottetown. Left 4 finished second, 2 minutes to 5th, 30-1 in the end of it. And then on November the 30th here in Charlottetown, again, left 5 finished third, 58, closed it out, 28-1. Last time out in Summerside had the qualifier. Left 3 was a winner, 2-2-2, 28-4 on the end of it. Baby Step Back tonight here for Kenny Murphy at 7-2. There is the 3, Shelley Spirit for Douglas and David Neal, and Keith Ford, Ben Matheson. They all share the ownership. Keith Ford trains and drives here. Shelley Spirit in the qualifier, left 5, tucked in the whole way. A good second to Woodmere Flojo. 2 minutes, 4/5, 29 on the end of it. You can see last year had the 3 wins from 27 starts. Also had 4 seconds and 7/3, so a pretty good year. And a record of 58-1 taken right here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Good spot to work from tonight for Shelley Spirit. Keith Ford, 6-1. Here's the rail sitter tonight. Woodmere Lizzie for John McGilvery and Jackie Cooper. They share ownership. David O'Brien trains, and Adam Murner gets the call here. This horse was real good in the qualifier April 29th there. Left 3. Sat 3 early, then 5th, and then stormed home in 28-1 to score in the qualifier. It was a nice qualifying effort over Woodmere Kennedy and Tall Dark Latte. Last year, 3 wins from 27 starts, 58-3, the quickest right here in Charlottetown. Should get a good trip, and now taking late money here is Woodmere, Lizzie, and Murner, 4-5. Quick look before we go here at the odds. Like I said, Woodmere Lizzie taking late money here. Now the choice at 4-5. Tobin's Dream. That's Mark Campbell tonight for Reg McPherson and Kevin McLean. 9-2 on Tobin's Dream. And then Shelley Spirit, 6-1. Baby Step Back for Murphy at 7-2. Mind, Body, and Soul. A little bit of late money here. Harold Shepard drives at 3-1. And Hamac Charger for McPherson at 13-1. Getting close here in race number 8. Okay, getting set for race number 8 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. Horses swinging in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Woodmere Lizzie, Tobin's Dream, Shelley Spirit. Baby Step Back. Mind, Body, and Soul, Halmac Charger. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. The rough and pacing Shelley Spirit leaving out along the rail, Woodmere Lizzie. Third one into the turn. That's Tobin's Dream to get away fourth as they move to the 8th pole is Mind, Body, and Soul. Then it's Baby Step Back in 5th, trailing the field early. Halmac Charger on the backstretch. They go to the quarter and guarding the cones. Woodmere Lizzie in unfamiliar territory on this opening night. Right on the choo-choo here for Adam Murder. Racing from second is Tobin's Dream, finding a spot in third. That Shelley Spirit, Mind, Body, and Soul, has fourth. Baby Step Back fifth, trailing the field. Halmac Charger 29 and 3, the opening quarter. Straight alignment as they round the turn, going on by the 3-8. And Woodmere Lizzie in control. 2-hole ride belongs to Tobin's Dream. Racing third, Shelley Spirit. Fourth on the cones, Mind, Body, and Soul. Baby Step Back goes fifth, and the trailer, that is Halmac Charger. They're halfway home in the 8th, led by Woodmere Lizzie. 2-hole ride goes to Tobin's Dream. 60 seconds flat the half mile. Shelley Spirit third. On the move in the outside fourth. Mind, Body, and Soul underway. Following the cover in the outside fifth is Baby Step Back, trailing sixth. Halmac Charger on the backstretch for the second and final time. 3/4 the next station. Woodmere Lizzie the leader. Mind, Body, and Soul the challenger. In the pocket third is Tobin's Dream. Baby Step Back on the outside fourth. Fifth is Shelley Spirit. And the trailer, Halmac Charger 1:29 and 4 was 3/4. New leader turning for home. Mind, Body, and Soul leads it late. Woodmere Lizzie, Baby Step Back on the outside. Up the rail is Tobin's Dream. But it's Mind, Body, and Soul for Harold Shepard all alone on the line. Tobin's Dream rallied up the inside second. Baby Step Back third in 1:58 and 1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 8 from Red Shores in Charlottetown. And wow, what a move this was from Mind, Body, and Soul. First up, Brush and Crush here tonight for Mind, Body, and Soul. And Harold Shepard will take you through it here. Woodmere Lizzie protects the cones early, 29 and 3. Good rating towards the half in a minute. First over for Mind, Body, and Soul. Gets to the wheel of Woodmere Lizzie and goes right on by. Full of momentum off the turn through 1:29 and 4 and down the stretch. They come here now, and Harold is sitting pretty in the bike here with Mind, Body, and Soul. Like I said, first up, Brush and Crush, and a score here for Mind, Body, and Soul in the 8th at Red Shores.
Mind, Body, and Soul arrives at the 8th race winner's circle by pacing filly. She's the 3-year-old daughter of Malicious from the Camelot Mystic Eyes, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, Sterling Buchanan, and Jack Quinn. Bred by Greg McKenzie of Nova Scotia. Trained by Earl Watts. Harold Shepard will guide the filly to victory and a new pacing record tonight of 158-1. Mind, Body, and Soul in the 8th. Here's the official results now in race 8. Woodmere Lizzie 4th. Tobin's Dream 2nd. Shelley Spirit 5th. Baby Step Back 3rd. Mind, Body, and Soul, the race winner. Halmack Charger finished 6th. The fractions were 29 and 3, 1 minute, 129 and 4, and the mile in 158 and 1. In review, 425, 316. Mind, Body, and Soul paid $6.30 to win. The exactor $28.20, triactor $74, and the superfecta $26.61. Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets tonight, valued at $900, and the winning number will be A2528251. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $900, A2528251. Good luck.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park, the HBI broadcast desk. I'm your host, Peter McPhee. Tonight, Lee Drake is here as well. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. Got some new graphics tonight. They're looking sharp as we work on race number 9. But first of all, I want to tell you about the Red Shores late pick 4. Red Shores Racing excited to offer a new pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. Horses coming out here for the 9th. So we get a look at the Atlantic Post calls. Paddock Cam. Post Parade on the way. Next, as we get a quick look at the picks, I do like a 3, 4, 6 in here. Kurt Hughes with post time picks at 3, 5, and 4. Classifier along the bottom at 3, 6, and 7. Post Parade for the 9th coming up next.
Winsong Quincy on the 9th race post parade, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson, and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault, Jason Hughes driving. Two is Dylan Sam, owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook. Alan does the training, driven by Miles Heffernan. Number 3, Sports Teller, owned by Rebecca McLeod, Gabby McNevin, Michael Arsenault, and Joey Farrell. Trained and driven by Adam Werner. For Cheeky Play, owned by Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall. Corey training and driving. 5, The Real Princess, is owned and driven by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Ellen Stevenson trains. 6 is Solid Silver, owned by Donald Beaton of Port Hood, Nova Scotia, trained by Stacy Dara. Kenny Murphy. 7 is Ms. Megan Sparkle, owned and trained by Shayna Toll of Clyde River, Ryan DeRoche in the Sulky. 4 minutes to post time. The 2025 Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds.
That's right, Vance. Start time is 11:30 a.m. on October the 10th for the Atlantic Classic sale. Like Vance said, at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Entries are open from May 1st to the 31st. Enter consignment online at peiharnessracing.ca or call 902-569-1682. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. Okay, working on the 9th here at Redshores in Charlottetown tonight. Exactor 20-cent super, the try as well. 20-cent pick 4 as well here tonight. And tag your ticket with the Wild Horses. Jackpot is $25 for the on-track players. Here's the newcomer Sports Teller for Rebecca McDonald and Gabby McNevin, Michael Arsenault, Joey Farrell. They all share ownership. Adam Werner trains, and Adam gets the call to drive here tonight. And he looked good in the qualifier, did Sports Teller. He's a 6-year-old by Sports Rider, left 7. Patient was Murner. He made a move towards the three-quarters, second at the top of the lane. Sprints home in 28-3 to get it done in the qualifier over Cheeky Play. And check your source. 4 wins last year, and he raced the Ohio circuit. He was at Miami Valley in Ohio at the 5/8. He was at Dayton as well, Dayton Raceway in Ohio, and then at Scioto as well, where he took his mark last year. 4 wins, the quickest at 52-2 at Scioto Downs last year. Makes the move to PEI. Murner's got him off the qualifier, 1-9. Here's Cheeky Play tonight for Aubrey Cameron and Corey McPherson. They share the ownership. Corey trains and will drive here tonight. He raced good in the qualifier. Shot out of there from post 6. Cut it most of the way. Collared late by Sports Teller, but Cheeky Play hangs for second in the qualifier. 2 minutes 3. Closed it out. 29. The line down there at the 9:31 level back on Jan 18th here, and that closing the winter meet. Left 5, and Corey pointed him right out of there, and then went right down the highway here in 58-2, closing it out in 30 seconds. He'll probably be up into the action here tonight. He shows he can leave on his card. We'll see what Corey decides to do. Cheeky Play, 16-1. There's the 6, Solid Silver for Donald Beaton of Port Hood, Nova Scotia. Big hi to Don tonight. I'm sure he's watching Solid Silver. Stacy Dara trains. Kenny Murphy gets the call. He looked good in the qualifier. For Gary Chappell, who drove in the qualifier, left 5 and led at every call, 59-1, 28-2. He did have 3 wins from 35 starts last year, 56-3, the record right here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. So moves out to post 6 here tonight. Kenny Murphy gets the call, 13-1 on Solid Silver. Under a minute to go before race number 9. Quick look at the board before we go here. Need you in on the action here for race number 9. Windsong Quincy for Jason Hughes. Jason already has a double tonight. He's looking to triple up from the rail at 15-1. Dylan Sam. It's Miles Heffernan at 13-1. Sports Teller took all the early money and he's still a choice at 1-9. Cheeky Play at 15-1. The Real Princess, Mitch Downey tonight at 6-1. Solid Silver, Kenny Murphy now at 11-1. And Miss Megan Sparkle for Ryan DeRoche. Ryan won the opener here tonight. He's on the outside with Miss Megan Sparkle at 18-1. Good luck with your picks in the 9th. Okay, getting set for race number 9 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, a little bit of rain, then it stops, then it starts, but I think we're okay. Here we go in the 9th.
We'll get through it, Pete. It's opening night in Charlottetown. Here's the 9th race lining up. Windsong Quincy. Dylan Sam, Sports Teller. Cheeky Play, The Real Princess. Solid Silver, and Ms. Megan Sparkle. Now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing, leaving out Dylan Sam along the rail, Windsong Quincy, and joining them, that Sports Teller. Third one around the turn, way wide in 4th as they go to the 8th. That's Cheeky Play. 5th is Solid Silver. Then towards the rail in 6th, The Real Princess. Trailing 7th, Ms. Megan Sparkle. On the back stretch and going to the opening quarter, Sports Teller from the outside, going after the lead at 1-9 here for Murner. Second is Dylan Sam, racing from 3rd. That is Cheeky Play. They're on past that first quarter in a solid 28-1. They're on the top turn for the first time. It's Sports Teller made front. Dylan Sam second, Cheeky Play third. Then in 4th, it's Solid Silver. Windsong Quincy, he's a 5th. The Real Princess in 6th. Trailing 7th, Ms. Megan Sparkle. Down the stretch they come, arriving at the opening half mile, led by Sports Teller and Murner. Second is Dylan Sam at long odds, racing from 3rd, Cheeky Play. Solid Silver on the cones 4th. The Real Princess, she's underway 5th. Racing from 6th, Windsong Quincy, and trailing on the outside 7th, Ms. Megan Sparkle, 58-3, the opening half mile. Up the backstretch they go, and they're headed to 3/4, led by Sports Teller. Second, Dylan Sam, Cheeky Play third. The Real Princess picks up 4th. They're 3/4 home right now, led by Sports Teller by 2. Dylan Sam is second, grinding away on the outside. First up, the Real Princess. On the rail, Cheeky Play, 3/4 in 1. 28-2, and they're headed down the home stretch now. And the newcomer to Charlottetown, Sports Teller by 3. Dylan Sam is second. Solid Silver and Cheeky Play, but it's Sports Teller, and that's the Adam Murner double tonight. Dylan Sam was second. We're going to need a show photo. Time for this mile in 1:56-3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 9 at Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight, and we thought Sports Teller would be on the point here tonight. And he did, as Murner just sent him right off the wings, and he was fronting it through 28-1. Pretty snappy here with a little bit of rain on and off through the 9th here. 58-3 for Sports Teller. First up move for the Real Princess. Swing to the backside through 128-3. And here he is coming down the stretch. Sports Teller and Murner. I'll borrow a phrase from my friend Kurt Hughes, sitting chilly in the bike here at the wire. Sports Teller hits it. 156-3. They win the 9th at Red Shores.
Sports Teller arriving at the ninth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 6 years, a son of Sports Writer from the Pan Pacific Flight Dam. Don't Tell Russ, owned by Rebecca McLeod, Gabby McNevin, Michael Arsenault, and Joey Farrell. Bred by Troy Mark of Simcoe, Ontario. Adam Murner has the training double. Adam Murner has the driving double on this night. The miles in 156 and 3. Sports Teller makes his Charlottetown debut, a winning one. Now the official results in the ninth race: Windsong Quincy was 7th, Dylan Sam 2nd, Sports Teller the race winner, Cheeky Play 5th, The Real Princess 4th, Solid Silver finished 3rd, Ms. Megan Sparkle was 6th, fractions of 28 and 1, 58 and 3, 128 and 2, and the time for the mile in 156 and 3. In review, 721. 5436. Sports Teller paid 210. Exactor 2450. Triactor 175.60. And the Superfecta was 26.24.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Tonight we're through 9, 3 to go on the live presentation tonight. We'll get to the picks in just a moment here for race number 10. But first of all, I need to tell you about 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders. The 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders Stake will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October the 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And let's go to the paddock cam here. Thank you again to Atlantic Post Calls who are with us for the 2025 season. We'll slide in the picks here for race number 10 in just a moment. I'm heading towards the rail here with Rymar Jimbo and Kenny Murphy. I do like a little bit of a long shot in the 8, Selkirk Echo for Barrio, and I'm going to put in the 7 as well, St. Charles Fireball for Corey McPherson. So I'm heading to the outside for my second and third picks. Most people like the 1 in here at 1 to 4 for Rymar Jimbo. I have a 187. Kurt Hughes with post-time picks tonight. He's on the 1, going to the 5 and the 4 for second and third, and classifier along the bottom at 1-5. 7. Post Parade is next for race number 10 at Red Shores.
Weimar Jimbo on the 10th race post parade, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico, trained by Eric Doucette. Kenny Murphy drives. Number 2, Catch a Few Rays, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Ryan DeRoche. Miss Maddie P. is number 3, owned by Lance Jones, Donnie McFadden, Sean McAdam, and Todd Walsh. Todd trains and drives. Just Call Me Doc 4, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford, and Ben Matheson. The trainer-driver is Keith Ford. 5, George's Credit, owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire, Mark Bradley driving. 6 is Silver Hill Lightning, owned and trained by Stacey Darrer of Stratford, driven by Mark Campbell. St. Charles Fireball 7, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Tonight, Corey McPherson. Selkirk Echo number 8 is owned by Bobby Joe Matheson, Cheryl and Zach McFarland, trained by Ronnie Matheson and driven by Gilles Barriol. 5 minutes to post time. The 66th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery, is set for Saturday, August 16th, right here at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
PEI is a special place with a special race, the Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 66th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
18 and Tyler Moore in the Gold Cup and Saucer.
It's Gimble and Paul McDonald. Gimble wins the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Art Shark, Scott Giron in the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. It's hard to believe. Not that far away, really. The trials on Saturday, August 9th. All the trials this year on one day, and the $100,000 final Saturday, August the 16th, right here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Gold Cup and Saucer 66. And thanks to Matt Cavanaugh for putting those videos together. They look great for Governor's Plate and Gold Cup and Saucer this year. Here is the one, Reimer Jimbo for Nigel and Leona Smart. Eric Doucette, they share the ownership. Eric Doucette trains, and Kenny Murphy gets the call in the bike. 4 wins from 30 starts last year, 54-4, the quickest in Charlottetown. Came out to qualify in the 26th, left 2, sat mid-pack most of the way, 3rd, 2 minutes, 28 and 2. If we slide down the lines, we can see in November at the 801 level, 3rd there, 2 minutes and 3/5, 30 and 3. And his last start last year was December 15th at the 811 level, finished 4th, 57-1, and he closed home in a solid 29-1. He should be up hand of the engine here tonight. Reimer Jimbo and Kenny Murphy, the favorites right now. Okay, so we go from the inside rail to the outside rail, and this is Selkirk Echo for Bobby Joe Matheson, Cheryl McFarland, and Zach McFarland. They're all co-owners. Ronnie Matheson trains, and Gilles Barriot gets the call on Selkirk Echo. And if we slide down the lines here, we can see this guy's up at the 1051s last fall here in Charlottetown. 3rd there, 56-3, 28-3. And then back at the 1051 level on October 26th, 58-3 with a closer of 28-4. So he's raced higher up the ladder last year, comes in off his qualifier on the 26th, where he left 5 and finished 4th, 2:01 and 1:29 for trainer Ron Matheson, who did the qualifying on that day. Barrio back on the bike tonight. He's on the outside, but we're going to take a shot and put him in here. 12-1 on Selkirk Echo. Another horse on the outside, St. Charles Fireball tonight for Darla J of Charlottetown, Von Doyle Trains, and Corey McPherson gets the call here tonight. We slide down and see on Jan 18th that part of that winter meet at the 401 level. This horse was a winner in 58 and 2, 29 and 1. He did have 5 wins last year from 32 starts, 56 and 1, the quickest right here in Charlottetown. Was 8th in the qualifier on the 29th here, 2 and 4, 30 and 2. On the end of it. So moves into that 701 level. Corey McPherson gets the call on St. Charles Fireball, 9-1. Okay, let's take a look at the odds here. 3 to go on the live presentation. We're getting close in the 10th. Rymar Jimbo took the early money, and he's still the choice at 3 to 4 here. Catch a Few Rays. Trying to rush tonight at 12-1. Miss Maddie P for Todd Walsh. Newcomer here to the island at 7-2. Just Call Me Doc for Keith Ford at 8-1. George's Credit, that's Mark Bradley tonight at 9-1. Silver Hill Lightning for Mark Campbell at 13-1. And St. Charles Fireball and Selkirk Echo, they'll work from the outside tonight from posts 7 and 8. Good luck with your selections here. Getting close in race number 10. Getting set for race number 10 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, Vance Cameron, back up to you for the call.
Rymar Jimbo, Catch a Few Rays, Ms. Maddie P. Just Call Me Doc, George's Credit, Silver Hill Lightning, St. Charles Fireball, Selkirk Echo on the grandstand side, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing. Miss Maddie P. got the first call. Rymar Jimbo's leaving on the rail. Just Call Me Doc, third one to the turn. To get away, fourth, Catch a Few Rays. Coming from the outside, fifth is Silver Hill Lightning. Then around the turn and racing from 6 is George's Credit. 7th is St. Charles Fireball, and the trailer, Selkirk Echo, guarding the cones. Rymar Jimbo. Another one in unfamiliar territory tonight. Right on the engine in line to Kenny Murphy. Racing from second, Ms. Maddie P. Third up the rail, Silver Hill Lightning. Catch a Few Rays, fourth. Just Call Me Doc goes fifth. Then it's George's Credit in sixth. St. Charles Fireball seventh. And the trailer eighth, Selkirk Echo 28 and 4 the opening quarter. Down the stretch they come, and they have the half mile in their sights now. Weimar Jimbo showing the way at 1-9 tonight. 2-hole ride to another newcomer, Ms. Maddie P. On the move in the outside third, Just Call Me Doc underway. George's Credit following that cover. Fourth on the outside, Silver Hill Lightning riding the rail fifth. 60 seconds flat was the opening half mile. Racing from the 5/8 they go, and it's Weimar Jimbo at his wheel. Just Call Me Doc. Third at the rail, Miss Maddie P. George's Credit. Second over the outside fourth. At the rail fifth is Silver Hill Lightning. Back into sixth. Catch a Few Rays. St. Charles Fireball is seventh. Selkirk Echo is eighth. 3/4 in the books now. 1:28-4. Picking it up to 28 and change in the third quarter. Now they're down to 1/8 of a mile to go. Weimar Jimbo trying to see it through. Miss Maddie P along the rail. Way wide. Silver Hill Lightning is coming late. Deep in the stretch. Weimar Jimbo goes all the way for Kenny Murphy. Rallying in for second was Silver Hill Lightning. Miss Maddie P third. And the time for the mile in 1:57.3.
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 10 from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Tonight, we thought this horse would be on the engine tonight with Kenny on the inside here. And again, they protect the cones early on, 28-4, and they are going to control it right from the word go here tonight. 28-4, 1 minute flat for Weimar Jimbo. First up for Just Call Me Doc, followed by George's Credit. They race the backside, 128-4, and Kenny's able to rebuff them all. And down the stretch they come. He has a look over his shoulder there because Mark is flying with Silver Hill Lightning here late, but it's too late. As Kenny, good drive on the front end here tonight, gets there right down the road with Weimar Jimbo, 1:57.3. Silver Hill Lightning second, and Miss Maddie P is third, 1:63 in the 10th at Red Shores.
Here comes Weimar Jimbo to the 10th race winner's circle, facing Brown Gelding, 8 years, the son of Comistic, from the Arts Place Dam Artistic Gal, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico. Eric Doucette is the breeder and the trainer, and Kenny Murphy put him on top at every call tonight, winning in 1:57.3. Weimar Jimbo wires the 10th. Here's the official results now in race 10. Weimar Jimbo, the winner. Catch a Few Rays, 6th. Ms. Maddie P, 3rd. Just Call Me Doc finished 5th. George's Credit was 7th. Silver Hill Lightning finished 2nd. St. Charles Fireball was 8th. Selkirk Echo finished 4th. The fractions were 28 and 4. 1 minute, 128 and 4, and the mile in 157 and 3. In review, your program reads 163, 572, 84. Weimar Jimbo 230. Exactor 4340. Triactor 431.10. Superfecta carryover. Featured comes next. 8 minutes.
So Race Day Live continues here in Charlottetown tonight. We're getting in the back half of the card. Only 2 races remain, and the feature is coming up next. And just before we get to that, Peter, we have another new announcement to make for 2025, and that is the McDonald Family Pace. It's scheduled for Friday, August 8th at Redshores in Charlottetown, and it's open to 2-year-old pacing fillies. And we have a little more on that event.
Yeah, that's right, Lee. Like you mentioned, the race is open to 2-year-old pacing fillies. They that are 100% owned by PEI residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, that are not maritime sired or not maritime foaled. The nomination fee is $100 and is due Thursday, May 29th, 2025.
Yeah, it's got a purse of $8,000, and we thank Josh McDonald and the family there. Nice to work with you. And if you see the horses coming out of the Atlantic Postcalls paddock can, we'll greet them in the feature next.
Opening day featured is the 11th race, and they're on the track for post parade. 1-800 wears number 1. Home by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Stevenson. Mike Downey driving. 2 is Bacon on a Biscuit, owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale. Corey Livingston of Village Green, trained and driven by Adam Murner. 3 is Blood Money, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ronnie Matheson. Gilberto drives. 4, Jules Dragon, owned by Nick McGilvery of Cornwall, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell up. 5, Tradition, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown. The trainer-driver, Gordy Hennessy. Number 6 is Tony Too Tall, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken and driven by Miles Heffernan Sr. 5 minutes to post time. And gentlemen, we're all coming up with our selections in the opening night featured here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. A half a dozen of them set to do battle here in the featured 11th race on the evening's program. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And guys, I'm on the 3, Blood Money. Won an excellent trip in the qualifier for trainer Ronnie Matheson. Tonight gets the Maritime Magic Man back in the sulky. I like his chances from post 3 here in the opening night feature. Going to go right alongside of the 2, Bacon on a Biscuit for the Deuce. He's been a solid performer for the Murner Barn. I'm going to go to 1, 1-800, and he will be a price horse tonight. I like him off of the rail. He hit a decent qualifier right here in Charlottetown in 56 and 3. And for superfecta players, I'll look for Mark Campbell to come off the pace to finish fourth with Jules Dragon. I'm on the inside, guys. 3-2-1-4 from the booth.
Yeah, some great selections there, Vance. And, it's so hard to pick these fields so early in the season, as you know. And it's a power pack field of 6 as we go out to the track to pick up these horses that are out there now. And I'm right with you. I'm going to lean with the 3, Blood Money, on top of my ticket. I like him off the qualifier. I'm going to go with the 6, Tony Too Tall. It's tough from post 6 out there tonight. Hard spot to work with, but I think Miles can work with him, and he can finish up there. Bacon on a Biscuit is my triactor play there for the 2. I think he'd be well positioned from the 2 hole, and I like the rail sitter as well, 1-800 from the pole. So my ticket looks like 3, 6, 2, and 1.
I like the 3 as well, Blood Money, for all the reasons you guys said. I do like the 1-800 along the rail. He's going to get a nice trip here for Mike Downey tonight. And the 2, Bacon on a Biscuit, for Adam Murner. I'm on the inside as well. 3, 1, and 2 for me on this side of the desk.
As I was saying a little earlier, Peter, it's tough early in the season. You get your opening card here tonight. I think any one of these horses in here can mix this up tonight in the feature. I think it's going to be exciting to see with 1-800 off the rail, Bacon on a Biscuit, Blood Money, Jules Dragon in there. He's from post 4 for Campbell, and Tradition, and Tony Too Tall. So I think a really action-packed card here tonight that Gerard and Kathy and Tara put together for the opening card.
They do a great job in the race office, as we know. And to your point, so Gerard has the 6 on top. Kurt likes Bacon on a Biscuit, and we like Blood Money. So again, I think it's a very well put together race. Anybody can win it. And again, Tote Board is your friend there. There's a lot of good options.
That's right.
We get set here for race number 11.
Yeah, the classifier's choice is 6-3-1, and Kurt working in this race as well with his sequence. He's coming up with a 2-1-3. So. Well, Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. And I can tell you one thing, there was a big crowd here tonight. Restaurants all sold out, casino floors busy, table games, and of course, live racing is back. Feature race is lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and back upstairs to the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
1-800 Bacon on a Biscuit, Blood Money, Jules Dragon, Tradition, and Tony Too Tall now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing, Blood Money leaving. 1-800 is firing at the rail. Bacon on a Biscuit, the third one to make the turn. To get away fourth is Jules Dragon, Tradition fifth. The early trailer sixth. Tony Too Tall. The early leader is Blood Money for the Maritime Magic Man, Barrio. Second up the rail is 1-800 racing from third. Bacon on a Biscuit. They're rolling along here in the feature. Then in fourth, it's Jules Dragon racing from fifth. That is Tradition trailing the field. Tony Too Tall is sixth. They arrived at the quarter in 28 and 2 around the top turn for the first time. They're arriving at 3/8. Blood Money's out in front. 1-800 the two-hole ride. Bacon on a Biscuit coming out of the turn third, racing fourth. That's Jules Dragon, Tradition on the rail fifth, and Tony Too Tall continuing to trail. They're halfway home in the opening day feature, led by Blood Money. Second in 1-800 Bacon on a Biscuit into the turn third. 57 seconds flat for the half mile. 28 and 3 in the second quarter. Rolling on by the 5/8. Blood Money's on top. 1-800 is second. Bacon on a Biscuit third. Jules Dragon fourth. Tony Too Tall on the outside fifth. Now the trailer. That is Tradition. They arrive at the three-quarter pole, led by Blood Money. 1-800's had a two-hole ride. Bacon on a Biscuit third. 3/4 in 1. 25 and 2. 28 and 2 in the third. And they're homeward bound, led by Blood Money. 1-800 on the outside. Coming third is Jules Dragon. Deep stretch now. Blood Money. 1-800 and the veteran Mike Downey on the line. Blood Money second. Third is Jules Dragon. They stop the clock. 1:53 and 4. Wow!
Well, this is a sparkling trip here tonight in the feature, all excitement, and it was Blood Money calling all the shots with Barrio here tonight, and they were calling the shots here, rolling right along here, but 1-800 gets up in the final strides with the veteran Mike Downey to get it done.
Yeah, perfect ride tonight here. He was tucked in the two-hole all the way. Brisk fractions from the three. Blood Money, 28 and 2, 57. It's pretty quick here for early May. 125 and 2, and out and around late is 1-800, and he pounces on Blood Money right at the wire. 1-800 and Mike Downey getting it done in a Saturday night feature at Red Shores.
Here comes 1-800 to the 11th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Stallion, the 7-year-old son of some beach somewhere, is off the Western Terror Dam Economy Terror. Owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Bred by Chuck Pompey, Howard Taylor, and Edward Gold. Trained by Ellen Stevenson. And the veteran Mike Downey, he can still get it done. A member of well over 2,000 winners. It's 153-4. What a trip on opening night at Charlottetown. 1-800 in the feature. Here's the official results now in race 11. 1-800 the winner. Bacon on a Biscuit fifth. Blood Money was second. Jules Dragon third. Tradition finished fourth. Tony Too Tall was sixth. The fractions were 28 and 2. 57. 125 and 2. And the time for the mile in 153 and 4. In review, it's 152. 346. 1-800-710 to win. Exactor 1530. Tractor 7160. Superfecta 6474.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park here at Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight as we work on race number 12. It is the finale here in Charlottetown tonight, and congratulations to 1-800 to race great here tonight. Pocket ride all the way and then angles out late to score in the Red Shores feature in 153 and 4. Congratulations to Mike Downey and Ellen Stevenson for the victory here in Charlottetown tonight. Now we're working on race number 12, and we're going to get to the picks here in just a moment. It is the late Super High Five, so keep that in mind here at Red Shores as we'll get a look at the picks coming up here for race number 12. It is the finale in Charlottetown. There's a look at the picks here for race number 12. I do like a 1, 3, and 4 in here. Kurt Hughes with post-time picks tonight. He's similar at 1, 3, and 5, and classifier matching Kurt at 1, 3, and 5. Post parade for the finale. Race number 12 at Red Shores coming up next.
12th race on parade, Mr. Matt Major, number 1, owned by Hervé Lejoy from St. Antoine, New Brunswick, Adam Werner, training and driving. Sunseeker 2, owned by Kayla Glenn of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson. Note the driver change to Gilles Barrio. 3 is Almost There, Boss, owned by David and John Sweet of Valeri, trained by Ralph Sweet and driven by Jason Hughes. 1 Rock, number 4, owned and trained by Luke Burke of Donaldson, Kenny Murphy. Number 5, Proud of You Today. The owners are Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. The Big Chase 6, owned by Ian and Kenneth McKinnon and Sonny McDougall of Nova Scotia, trained by Luke Burke, Corey McPherson. 7 is Brookdale Ollie, owned by Gary Ford of Stratford and Melinda Stead of Wheatley River, trained by Bon Doyle. Tonight, Mark Campbell drives. 3 minutes to post time. Our next card of live racing comes up on Thursday night here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. First race post time is set for 6 p.m. Back to Lee and Peter with the late Super High Five to wrap up our first program of the spring meet.
Thanks very much, Vance. Yeah, great night of racing here in Charlottetown. And like Vance said, we're right back at it on Thursday night here, our first Thursday of the spring meet at 6 p.m. for the start in Charlottetown on Thursday night. And a reminder of the Breakfast with the Babies tomorrow. Rocky Skierman and myself will be in Summerside at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We'll have 5 sets tomorrow as they go through their training sessions. So join Rocky and I at 9 a.m. tomorrow for Breakfast with the Babies in Summerside. Here's our Super High Five selections. In race number 12, we'll go to Vance first. He likes the 1, Mr. Matt Major in here from Murner. 3, Almost There, Boss. 6, The Big Chase. 2, Sunseeker. And 5, Proud of You Today. Vance at 1, 3, 6, 2, and 5. I'm next door going 1, 3, 4 for third, then the 5. And the 7 as we try to hit it out of the park here with our Super High Five tickets to wrap up a Saturday night at Red Shores. Okay, last chance to wager on the live here tonight. It's race number 12 from Red Shores, and let's take a look at the odds before we go. Mr. Matt Major here for Adam Murner. Adam looking for the hat trick to round it out here tonight at Red Shores. He's on the rail here in the favorite at 2 to 5. Sunseeker, Barrio tonight, 7 to 1. Almost There, Boss for Hughes. Jason has a couple of wins tonight, 9 to 2. 1 Rock for Kenny Murphy at 5 to 1. Kenny has a win tonight. Proud of You Today for Keith Ford from post 5 at 10 to 1. Then it's The Big Chase from post 6 and Brookdale Ollie from post 7 tonight. That's how they'll line up here in the finale. Good luck with your picks. Okay, getting set for race number 12 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. It is the finale as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. What a way to kick it off in 2025, Vance. Up to you for the finale.
Absolutely great night to open up the spring meet here at the Red Shore Charlottetown, Pete. We'll close it out with Mr. Matt Major, Sunseeker. Almost there, boss. One rock. Proud of you today, the Big Chase and Brookdale Ollie, top of the stretch. Here they come. It's finale time. The rough and pacing Sunseeker and Mr. Matt Major are leaving out. Third one into the turn is almost there, boss. Coming up fourth on the outside. Proud of you today. One rock of the rail fifth. Rounding the turn six, the Big Chase and the early trailer. That's Brookdale Ollie seventh. Up the backstretch they go. Mr. Matt Major for Adam Murder. Out in front at 1-9. Second, that Sunseeker racing from third. On the cones, almost there, boss. Proud of you today. Could not find the rail. He's going to go overland fourth. Then in fifth, it's One Rock. The Big Chase races six, and the trailer, that is Brookdale Ollie, 30 seconds flat. Was the front quarter mile, and Mr. Matt Major, the leader, in a whole heap of trouble here in the nightcap. Proud of you today is going to get a parking ticket here to close it out. Third up the rail is Sunseeker, racing fourth. That's almost there, boss. Racing from fifth. On the inside, One Rock. Then in sixth, the Big Chase, trailing the field seventh. That's Brookdale Ollie halfway home, led by Mr. Matt Major, and he was the midway point leader in 59 and 4. Regaining second along the rail is Sunseeker. Proud of you today, out all the way third. Fourth up the rail, almost there, boss. One Rock's fifth. On the move in the outside six is Brookdale Ollie, and now the trailer. That is the Big Chase. Here comes the three quarters. Mr. Matt Major, the leader, and it's getting late. Proud of you today, living on the outside. Third up the rail is Sunseeker. Up into fourth on the outside is Brookdale Ollie. On the rail fifth. Almost there, boss. 3/4 in 1. 29 flat. They turn for home. Mr. Matt Major trying to see it through. Sunseeker, proud of you today. Just won't, and I mean won't go away on the line. Absolutely magnificent. Proud of you today. And Bim Ford in the nightcap just got there in 1:58 and a 1.
Okay, here's the finale from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight, and we'll take you through the replay here tonight. What a race this was. As Mr. Matt Major wanted to cut it, and he did. And proud of you today, went early, and you thought maybe he's in trouble through 30, 59 and 4. He's still there, like Vance said, wouldn't go away. Backside was 129, still Mr. Matt Major, but grinding on the outside. Proud of you today, 7 further out, Brookdale Ollie, but the 5 in the middle. Wow, tip your hat to him. He grinds first up. Proud of you today, and Bim Ford closing down Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Saturday night.
Well, the connections of this horse are going to talk about this trip for a long, and I mean long time. What an effort put on tonight by the 5 entry. Proud of you today and doing it free-legged. Bay Pacing Gelding, 5 years, the son of Peng Shui. Off the Yankee Leader Dam, M.D. Casey Charm. Owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Bred by Gordon, David and Douglas Neal, and Keith Ford. Keith Ford training and driving the miles in 1:58 and 1. Proud of you today in a super high five opening night shocker at Charlottetown. Here's the official results in the 12th race. Mr. Matt Major finished second. Sunseeker fourth. Almost There Boss fifth. One Rock was sixth. Proud of you today, the race winner. The Big Chase finished seventh. Brookdale Ollie was third. Fractions of 30, 59 and 4, 129, and the mile 158 and 1. From the top, your program reads 245-6173. Proud of you today, paid $50.50 to win. The exactor, $176. The triactor paid $1,512.85. The late daily double at $92.55. And there's a super high five carry over to Thursday night. And that will complete our live presentation here at the driving park tonight. Tonight's par mutual handle went $88,524. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.